already very exciting games, a lot of sacrifices, both of them. And now in this round, they are going to face against each other. And also very interesting is in the women's section, Miro. Look at this. First seeded player against
so number one, number two playing each other. Yeah, that's of course one of the biggest intrigues, right? Then Yegovhar Beidulayeva plays with woman grandmaster from India, Priyanka Notaki, who is half point behind, right? And then Michalina Rudzinska from Poland faces Asel Serikbai from Kazakhstan. Remember, we were talking about the phenomenon of Kazakhstan women's chess school, I don't know, women's chess team. So 2 players from Kazakhstan on top 3 boards. That tells you something.
It tells really a lot about the culture, how much it's growing in Kazakhstan. Chess culture, and right now we can see the open section on
so that's
the
board
video.
1, right? That's board 1. That's Yosipenko against Dominik Horvat. Dominik Horvat. I'm just thinking, judging by the name, a player of mixed origin. Perhaps he comes from Austria. Horvat, as far as I know, is Hungarian family name, right? Well, Dominik is pretty much international. Right?
International, it is international.
So 2505 is Dominik's rating. He's still, as I constantly say, like anyone paired against Yosipenko finds himself like 100 ELO points behind at the very least. But that's the toughest game for Yosipenko so far in terms of opponent's rating. And it's also, also nice kind of getting to know players. We had Gadim Bailey yesterday in the studio. We know he's very well prepared in the French defense. And now, for instance, I'm checking if he will play this sharp French line once again. No, he didn't have a chance, right? So, because his opponent went with 1d4. But anyway, it's nice that slowly but surely we are learning kind of opening habits of those players and so on. Yeah, so that's
right.
We're looking forward to today's games. Really very tough pairs, especially like in the open section. On top boards, you have pretty much all the best gathered, right?
Right. Also on the video, we see the playing venue, which pretty much shows only chess sets and the players. But not the atmosphere which is around. I like once in a while I go to the playing venue just to check out how it looks, and also I grab the coffee from their place, and it's very nice atmosphere. What I really like is that we do have arbiters from anti-cheating who are checking the players with the detectors, and it used to be very challenging for youth tournaments to have measurements against anti-cheating, and at this event I really see a lot of people being involved, and the overall situation is not as tense as it looks now at the camera.
So the games started a few minutes ago, and already I believe some intriguing openings here and there. So, we might as well start exploring what do people play today in round 6.
That's right. Let's bring the chess board on the screen and we can dive into the games. And first, we do have here girls' board, first board. And what is this opening? Is it another Catalan?
Yeah, it is another Catalan from Salimova. And a little bit offbeat line as far as I can tell. So G3, D takes C4 is sort of one of the possible ways of playing, right? Bishop G2, and then once again you have like bajillion different moves. C5 exists, A6, Knight C6. There is also this check on B4, right? And usually after Bishop D2, A5 would be the move, but in our case, Black has played C7, C5. And after C5, To be perfectly honest, I do not quite remember what the theory was. Last time, last game I remember on high level was already long time ago. So that means it was Gelfand against Adams, but it's like 10 years ago. So I believe there've been more recently more games. It's just that I didn't check this specific line. Right. So c5, trying to challenge white's center right away. Then white's options are to, I guess, to take on b4 and try to win the pawn back. White can try to castle, but then quite a few exchanges follow and the position is quite symmetrical. And I guess there is a possibility to take on c5 as well.
Yeah, at this point, white has plenty of moves that has been played in database. I can see bishop b4, one of the main line, together with d takes c5. Those two moves are the main lines in here. And then we have castle, we have queen c2 or queen c1 to go after c4 pawn. There is another way to go after this pawn with knight a3, and there is also a3 move has been played here too. It is interesting what decision will white make here, but we have to be honest that c5 here is not the main line, right?
Yes, it's not the main line.
When you play Catalan, usually you have other main lines out there, and this can be the reason why Salimova is taking her time and thinking, remembering this setup, and I think it's going to take a little bit more for her to come up with the next move.
Yeah, well, especially since it's, you know, it's not an online blitz game where you just play something, that's it, right? But when you are facing an early surprise in a tournament game, in a classical tournament game, not only you have to remember the line, but also very often you ask yourself a question: why my opponent played this?
Right.
So, where I might be getting into, say, trouble, right? And sometimes, like, let's imagine white has two different approaches and here repertoire, I don't know, files, repertoire book, let's say, about this position. And then you might consider, okay, I'm not going for the sharpest line because I didn't repeat it and so on. And maybe since my opponent picked this specific line, maybe she's ready. And sometimes you would go for something a little bit more solid. But yeah, so Salimova was thinking we could, since we are here already, could check like board 2, board 3. Just
board
to see
2, board 3, and then board 4 is very interesting already.
Board 2 is, well, an opening that used to be like super popular on very high level, Queen's Indian. Rarely seen nowadays for whatever reason, like people switch mostly to either Grunfeld or Queen's Gambit, right? You want to be solid, you play Queen's Gambit. You want to be kind of, you want a sharp game or an immediate draw, then you go for the Grunfeld. But yeah, but perfectly solid and reliable. Queen's Indian and a2, a3, somewhat mysterious move if you don't really
Mira used to play this opening with white, and here I was playing g3, I was playing knight c3, I was playing bishop g5. I think all possible moves, and then when my coach introduced a3 to me, I was like, wow, that's the move I want to play.
That's
because
actually clever, right?
It's so sneaky move that you can find this move very useful in many positions. And okay, nowadays it's known already, but back then when I started to play, not many of my opponents would understand why I played this a3 move. It looks like so nowhere, you know.
Covers b4, which is important, right? So it's actually known as Petrosian system, named after world champion Tigran Petrosian, who was, not sure if he was the first one to play. That's very common, right? You have the line named after someone. You would assume he is the first one to play this line, but you never can be sure because maybe it happened before. But anyway, Petrosian contributed a lot to the theory of this, and therefore the line has his name. So captures cd5, knight d5. Now, for instance, we can see one of the reasons why rather benefits of this pawn being on a3. So c takes, for instance, this is not yet played, and there is no bishop d4 check, like you would have in semi-Tarrasch, for example, right? So that black would go bishop b4, trade bishops, and we'll have somewhat easier game. Yeah, after this trade, rook c8 looks very tempting, yeah? And interestingly, here, some people prefer to play bishop d3 to be able to go with the queen to e2 in case of rook c8. But this has other drawback, because now black plays queen c7, and once again, threatening c takes. And if you go to e2, then c takes queen c3. Right?
That's unpleasant
so
check,
that's, yeah,
which
that's,
wins the group.
that's annoying. Yes, after queen c7, I guess the move is queen b1, if I'm not mistaken. And here, after bishop f4 and trade in rook c8 or an immediate rook c8, perhaps you will also go queen b1. And just to move the queen away and also keep the e4 pawn protected.
Right.
Okay, anyway, that's usually quite complex strategic battle, and sometimes white, if he manages to break through in the center, white can also develop a kingside attack. On board 3, well, nothing to talk about just yet. Well, maybe there is something to talk about. Move 6, knight b3.
It's not something that your opponent pushed d5, but you voluntarily go knight to b3.
You know, by now, once again, one of those moves, if you don't know the theory, it actually kind of surprises you a lot. I mean, why to move the knight to b3? Yeah, but it was trending for some time in like 2015, 16. Mainly, I think it was. Yeah, there were a few games by Mateusz Bartel, Polish grandmaster, who introduced it, and then people played it on very high level. And there is some point behind it, specifically in this position after knight b3, e5. White says, I can play bishop g5 in one go, right? Unlike, for instance, bishop e3, e5, knight b3 line, where bishop g5 perhaps makes sense sometimes, because you're fighting this way, you're fighting for the d5 square, but of course you would lose a whole tempo.
You're right.
So knight b3, e5, e5 still one of the main moves here, bishop to g5, and knight to d7 also, yeah. I can move knight to d7 to be able to capture on f6 with the knight if white decides to trade on f6.
That is.
But it's, yes,
right.
still too early.
Still so deep in the theory.
Too early to speak. And
but
then
Miro, we have to go on the
four.
board 4, because they have this position, so many pieces already swapped off the board, and they have still 1 hour and 30 minutes both players.
That's a very well-known line, I have to tell you. So let me update here. Right. So it's board 4. It's Maria Mkrtchan with black, right, against Salah Ur.
Right.
I'm guessing. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this one correctly. Okay. So Ruy Lopez, so-called open variation of the Spanish. Yep. Black captures on e4, d4, b5, d5, pawn takes bishop to e6, and then among other moves, which are c3, knight d2, bishop e3 is the move. Okay, there is this little tricky move, queen e2, so that you want to play rook d1, and that's what white does on the very next move, and after castles you actually play c4. So the d pawn is pinned, you play c4, you take with the bishop, and seemingly very strong pressure on black's center. Yeah, but it turns out that black has more or less forcing way of simplifying the position, which starts with bishop c5, attacking f2, bishop e3 is the only move, trades here, and queen b8. So now the bishop is hanging, the pawn on b2 is hanging, and like taking on d5 after exchanging queen b2 leads to black's advantage. So bishop b3 is a must, knight a5. So as I'm saying, that's like it's a very forcing line. Knight a5, knight d2, takes on b3, goes c5. Now, if you don't take c5, black is perfectly fine with those central pawns, so you have to take. Queen takes b2. And the resulting position, as far as I remember, is considered to be acceptable for black. At first glance, it looks like, yeah, this is just a weak pawn, right? And
Bishop
white
on
should
e6 is not so
yeah, white should be
pretty
better.
piece.
But somehow, since you have more files open on the queen side, right, black always gets some counterplay, like against a2 pawn, against e5 pawn, this and that, and usually somehow the game is balanced here. Like if we would add a pawn for each side on the b file, so b file will be blocked. White would put the knight on d4, control c2, right? So then white controls the game in the center, and he would be better. But with the b file open, I think black usually gets decent chances of getting counterplay. And sometimes even, like, I don't know, white plays some more or less irrelevant move, even positions like that. When you go to g4, you trade on f3, you sacrifice the d5 pawn or lose the d5 pawn, whatever you prefer. They're still much closer to a draw, right? Because only kind of heavy pieces left, black queen will be active, so on and so on.
Right.
All right, so deep knowledge, deep theoretical knowledge on board 4.
We can go to the board 7. We have
Just
something.
quickly, tell me.
Board 7?
No, it's 8, right? 7. Board 7. Board 7. This is
Board 8 here. Yes, board 8.
Yeah,
For some reason it's 8.
Yeah, they're changing, like changing all the time. Yeah, this one.
So we have to see all the games wherever we have early h4. Here we had move 3. Yeah.
Move 3 h4 once again. Yes, anti-Grunfeld yet another time. Here black goes c6 and d5. Right, c takes, bishop f4, knight c6, e3, a6. That's... what is this opening? Can you tell me? It's weird, but it's a Slav defense, in fact. It's Slav defense, exchange variation, with inclusion of h4 and g6.
Right.
So
weirdly.
If pawn is on g7, pawn is on h2. Right?
Slav defense exchange.
Slav defense
variation.
exchange, yeah. Here, it's tricky. I mean, black is not even forced to go to g7, right? Because if white develops normally meaning knight f3, bishop d3 or bishop e2, white is not that threatening on the king side. So you might as well develop the light square bishop, go e6 and say bishop d6 or bishop e7. So black is usually solid. White, of course, would prefer, if like my pawn would be on h2 and I was to choose, I was to choose, of course I would prefer h3, right?
h3, yes, and
so
to play
it
this
is
normal
useful.
position.
Yeah, it is useful because sometimes knight h5 is what black wants. It's nice to have a square on h2, but h4 weakens g4 square, and therefore I guess black should be okay. Yeah. So that's one of the legit ways of playing against h4. We've seen a few games with c5, but in fact, like playing c6, d5 is not absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, that's a
and
playable
chess is
position.
also a game of the preparation. Very often we choose the opening, we choose the move, which is not something that we play as our main opening, but we play against our opponents, right? So if white here thought that black has very nice games in the Grunfeld, maybe she went against it, and she's just fine to play Slav defense because her opponent is out of the preparation.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
All right, I think it's time to switch to the open section because in here I said that maybe we're gonna have some draws and some, equal games, but they started to play very active chess almost every board.
Okay. So Yesipenko with black against Dominic forward. Dominic seems to be very well prepared. He has a bit more time than Yesipenko. So what happened here was yet another Spanish. It's quite interesting in a way. Bishop b3 castles, and by playing castles, black kind of tries to scare his opponent out of playing c3, because after c3, one of the things you can do is to play the martial counterattack. Okay, white shouldn't necessarily be scared about martial counterattack. After all, there is a lot of very reliable systems, but to question where is an advantage against d5 in this position has no answer. I think there is no advantage at all. So Yesipenko went with a somewhat tricky moves order, right? Castles, c3, and now he didn't play d5, but also he didn't transpose to the quote-unquote usual lines by playing d6. He went with knight a5, actually offering a pawn sacrifice. But yeah, in this case, I guess, yeah, you do this, bishop b7, attack, and then go d5, and this being seen on a very high level, black does get enough counterplay. Bishop to c2, and then d5. So, I'm not quite sure, but I think behind the invention of this gambit, I mean, white can try to accept the pawn sacrifice, so technically it is a gambit. I think I have to mention the name of Daniil Dubov, who is known for his creative ideas in the opening, and he was, once again, maybe not the first to play, but he did play a lot of such lines. Yeah, white goes with d4, declining the pawn sack, but getting like solid, reliable structure. Now, if you let white develop, then e4 pawn is very likely to be lost, so black has to be very active. c5, bishop e3, bishop b7, knight d2, rook to c8. Okay, that's what we have for now. All right. So still very theory-heavy position. I believe let's say, if you are serious about preparing this line, so this is the position you should expect, and you probably have to know a little bit more.
That's right. We can see here white is thinking what is... he's going to play. Is he going to play h3 here?
I honestly don't know. Like, you would like to win this guy, right?
True.
You'd like to win this guy, but how to do it? Is knight g4 potentially a move? I'm asking myself. No, wait a second. But after knight g4, could it be that they take over there? Nah. So, first of all, point of knight g4. I want to trade on f6 and win the e4 pawn, right? Black perhaps has some difficulties. But he can take and go f5. No, never mind. Knight g4 is a stupid move. Taking on c5, black is not unhappy with, because then the knight on e5 is no longer supported and can be, or will be, hanging in many lines, I guess. So quite tricky.
The move has been played.
So rook c8, and white just went with...
I can't see yet. I think he captured... No, he didn't capture.
We'll have to wait for... queen e2.
Queen e2.
Okay, queen e2, understandable. Want to bring the rook to the central file, to d1. Right, in case of cd4, you take with the bishop, obviously. And yeah, so white's plan for the next couple of moves is rook to d1 and probably bishop to b1, just to move this bishop away from the c file. And now, now it's black who has to come up with a solution here. Let's quickly look at the other games, right? Board 2, board 3.
Position, to be honest.
We have such a lot of games between leaders, as as we call. So we inevitably going to find something interesting.
That's right. This is board
Board 2, right?
2.
Well, that's on my list at
On your,
least.
yeah.
It's
Board,
weird.
yeah, it's board 4, I guess. On board,
Yeah, I don't know
it's okay.
why
Actually,
this list is mixed up. Okay, it's the game between Francesco Sonis and Abdullah Gadimbaile. So, Black went for Queen's Gambit accepted. And this is one of the kind of very solid lines for White. What surprises me, though, is White going knight c3, which, at least back in the day, was considered to be somewhat imprecise, I want to say. a6, a3, so to prepare,
A4,
to prepare, yeah, to prepare bishop a2, right? b5, bishop a2.
Well, honestly, in this position, Black usually hopes to push b5, bishop b7, c5 right away to challenge the center. And Black managed to do all these things.
Yeah,
just
I guess
in
bishop
very
b7,
short time.
yeah, bishop b7 is kind of the next move on Black's agenda. So usually what they do, they first develop the queen side in
Right.
this particular setup, waiting for White to clarify his intentions with the d4 pawn, because if you take on c5, obviously I would prefer to take in one go, not losing a tempo on bishop e7, right? And what White's doing, I guess it's going to be castles and then some sort of queen e2, rook d1, trying to force Black.
To make
perceive
decision
Black,
to take
yeah,
the pawn
to take
on
on
d4 or to
and
push
then,
c4. That's
yeah,
right.
yeah. And usually when you play c4, it actually is playable, but it makes sure that the position is not symmetrical, right?
Right. That gives White the
You'll have a chance for
to,
b3. You
or in
probably
the center to play
try
e4.
to
Yeah.
play for the center, right? And if Black takes on d4, especially like immediately, I think it's just purely bad to take on d4 immediately. White captures back with the pawn, and this version of isolated pawn, I'm afraid Black might be not in time, right? Because somewhere d5 might happen. And, okay, to me it looks rather pleasant for White, even though it might be on the other hand might be some theory. But I think White actually gets somewhere. Like the plans
Bishop
are
e7
known
first.
here, right? Bishop
It's Black to move.
b7 or e7.
I think b7.
b7 to
d5.
stop, yeah, let's say castles. Bishop e7, apparently some bishop g5, castle short, and then one of the plans, I mean not the only plan, but one of the plans would be queen to d3, then move the rook, and very often bishop b1, build this battery this way. Usually strategically complex position with, with perhaps White having some pressure. And also on the clock, right? So this knight c3 move apparently came as a surprise, and White is getting some nice 20 minutes advantage by move 8, which is already something.
It is. It at least says that the opponent is was not ready for this variation. Shall we go to the next board and take a look at the game of Svane Frederick and Petkov? Momchil.
Yeah, Frederick Svane with Momchil Petkov. Well, this is a lot of moves.
We can actually start from the beginning of this game.
So here, who has tricked whom? I don't quite understand. So e4, c5, knight c3, d6, and then White. So White basically plays the usual Sicilian, kind of quote-unquote normal Sicilian, just with very strange moves order. Okay, and here we are in the knight of variation. Bishop g5, e6, f4, h6, bishop h4, queen b6, so-called poisoned pawn variation, right, where usually White sacrifices the pawn on b2. Usually, but not in our case. Because White makes this little move a2, a3, where it seems the pawn is still hanging, but controlling b4 square, yeah, has its benefits. Queen b2 would be a terrible mistake because of knight a4. And yeah, the queen is just trapped. thanks to this little pawn move. All right, but that would be too naive from black. Black goes bishop e7, bishop f2. It's so interesting, the inclusion of this h6 move, in fact. I mean, let me go back one more time. So after f4, because they keep changing, maybe not anymore, but they kept changing opinion. What's the proper moves order of playing poison pawn? Because there have been times where black would play queen b6 immediately, and then the conclusion was that you have to include h7, h6. And for some lines, indeed, the pawn is better on h6, and especially, perhaps have to mention one more thing. So if white goes to sacrifice this with, say, queen d2, queen b2, rook b1, and queen a3. So one of the directions is that white captures on f6. Once again, perhaps not immediately, I think f5, but later on, white captures on f6. And the same he can do from h4. So basically, you can have the same position with the difference of black pawn being on h7 or h6.
Yeah.
And people are changing minds, you know.
Yeah, I think the main difference is that sometimes this h6 pawn takes the square away from the black's dark bishop.
Yeah, so that's kind of the bad thing for black, right?
Yeah.
But they do have some benefits, otherwise nobody would play h6. Why I started all that if h6 is not played, in this line, white simply doesn't have bishop f2 move, which he played right now. So bishop f2, creating some threats like to jump to b5, I don't know, e6. Yes, so queen goes back to c7, and we are actually getting something much more of a, what do you call it, a Richter-Rauser, right after knight c6 and exchange of this knights on d4. It's Richter-Rauser rather than Naidov. Here there are some like funny moves, like e5 one might think, and then bishop g4. Yeah, but e5, white actually puts the rook on c4. Oh. Funny enough. I mean, it looks very strange here, but it's somehow you can never trap it, I guess. And even if you do, like you only win in exchange, you don't win the whole rook. And by allowing white to grab that much space, actually in white's favor.
Mostly this d5 square
d5
is so weak, and you can never take control over it.
Yeah, so instead bishop to c6, bishop c4.
Right.
Once again, if it works, it's a very good move. It's not very often that you can play bishop c4 because black typically has some pieces on the c file, like queen on c7 or rook on c8, and this bishop's hanging. But if you can, then of course bishop on b3 or a2 later on, there is a pressure on e6. Yeah, goes very well with a f5 move. So to me, it looks like white is getting somewhere. He's also on 1 hour 30 minutes. So
half an hour, almost half an hour more on the clock, at least according to the clock we have right now. That's a huge advantage in the opening, especially in this kind of opening, which is very sharp and very dangerous if you don't remember how to exactly play here. I'm speaking this from my practice, because every time something I forget in this line, it goes so wrong that there's no comeback, there's no chance even to fight back.
So I wonder what black is supposed to do here, because, or rather, maybe you can find moves. Maybe you can play, I don't know, rook b8, try to push for a5, b4. But how about the king? It's like,
to be honest,
you really don't want to castle short.
No, it's better to be in the center at the moment, because if you castle, then g5 comes on the way right away.
Yeah, like g5 is very fast, f5 is very fast, and somehow you don't. It feels like you are castling into something, right? You castle, and then white immediately has this powerful attack. By the way, even without black castling, white does have the idea of g5 later on g6.
Because the bishop being on a2, e6 now is the target.
Because of this bishop being on a2.
Right.
Right. All that optically it looks very nice for white, and combined with the fact that black has spent 25 minutes,
Oh, he goes very interesting move
Ah,
a5.
he plays a5 immediately. Yeah, white. You see, I mean, why I said rook b8 and a5? Because like you're used to some patterns, and the pattern for this Sicilians is usually is that bishop is still on f1 or e2 somewhere, attacks b5, and therefore you would need rook b1. But with the bishop on a2, indeed you can play a5 immediately. What else can we say? Isn't it a time to go like rook e1 and then knight d5? Yeah, it can be really sharp, this one.
I like this sacrifice.
Oh. Ah, he already played g5,
So fast.
he's still in his preparation.
And
So
he is
this
keeping to
happens,
play very fast.
g6, knight e5.
Oh no. Queen g2 is already on the board.
Queen g2.
Oh, the pawn is on f7.
Yeah,
too,
he
I see
captured
that,
on
yeah.
f7, king goes, and queen g2. So I'm afraid black kind of walks into some deep preparation. At least optically, it looks very dangerous for black, because he's apparently not ready yet for b. Maybe he is, no?
Actually, he's just fine. He's just fine here. This might look very ugly for black, but this bishop, dark square bishop, can get on f6 on this diagonal. I don't exactly remember if it's possible here or not, but rook h5 are some ideas to control the fifth rank with the rook. Bishop g5 is out there.
But how about
too.
the pawn? I mean, first you probably have to react to white's threat of capturing on e6, right? So unless you have b4, I mean, I'm
white's
trying to
away.
justify it, like b4,
Yes.
I'd say white takes twice, and then,
d5 is something that black can consider here.
yeah, d5 is the move, yeah. So it's really sharp. That's what I'm trying to say, yeah. Like d5, and let's imagine white includes rook g1, so that queen g7 is a serious threat, and then what's next? Is it rook h7? Is it what, the bishop f6?
Yeah, g6 is also out there.
G6 is also an option, yeah. So it's crazily sharp.
It is super sharp. I love this kind of positions, but I have lost so many games in my life in this
So you do
position.
play this one
Oh
with
yes,
black?
yes, I do
okay.
play.
Okay.
And it's very interesting the moment, like when I'm preparing these kind of variations, it looks very scary. But when you are in the game, I think that's why black here takes some time to just to feel the position, to understand all the threats, because black's position is also very rich. There are some ideas, and
Yeah.
you should choose which plan to implement in this position. And that's why I think that's why we can see the evil bar still is in the middle. That's a good thing for black. So far, it's it's not the wrong direction. It's not like crazy +6 for
Yeah, I
white.
understand, but I don't want to go like too technical, but I just want to say that in this position, you either need like proper analysis
Yes.
and not this evaluation bar, or you should just not pay attention until it shows indeed +6 or -6. I mean, a huge advantage, right? So the fact that it shows position is relatively even, but then it might change its mind. My experience was the opposite with this one. So you say preparing it looks scary. To me, I mean, when you're equipped with the computer, you're sitting at home, everything looks, okay, if he does this, I do this, yes, and computer kind of makes you comfortable by saying black's position is playable. But when you sit at the board, and maybe you even remember, if you're lucky, you remember, okay, now your opponent's supposed to be doing this, and this is the answer. But if you think of any other white's random move, and I'm starting to panic, and what I will do if he goes rook g1 here, what I will do, because,
Yeah,
to me,
that's also works.
somehow I don't trust this position. So maybe that's my problem. Like, even like if computer tells me it's okay, but
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of trust in, positions with king on f8 and being under attack. By the way, I managed to guess the move. So b4
Yeah, before
indeed.
is the difficulties here for black side is always something that these ideas, but you have to implement the correct idea at the court position.
Yeah.
So if you do something wrong, for instance, now before, it's a typical idea here to open up everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if you do it at the wrong time or wrong position, that's going to be game over because your king is so exposed. You will not have a second chance here in this case.
Yeah. So that's the thing, perhaps, which is very characteristic about these sharp knighters, and what I specifically don't like, and some people, on contrary, they prefer it. So the value of each move is very high for both sides.
Yeah, agree with
So
that.
once again, like the magnitude of you make one mistake, and it doesn't turn your position from equal to slightly worse. It might turn it to like dead lost immediately.
Absolutely true. Miro, I have one of the experience from my tournaments like this. I was playing at the youth championship under 18. I had 5 out of 5. I was with black pieces against the opponent, who was very sharp player, very active, like sacrifices, king attack. And I used to play Caro-Kann defense. I used to play Sicilian defense. And I liked both of them. So at that case, when I was the sole leader, 5 out of 5, my idea was to play Caro-Kann with black pieces to go easy before the rest day, and then to win rest of the rounds if I draw.
Sounds great.
My coach's approach, which I appreciate his work with me, and he helped me very much whole this period. His approach was to go to this sharp line and to play this because it was suiting my character more than Caro-Kann at that time. So we had a big argument. I think that was the biggest argument before the game itself. And I got a huge advantage in this kind of positions. But because I was not feeling that day to play so sharp, I lost the game.
Oof.
And you know, when you have 5 out of 5, you should not lose that game, because then it can be follow up, like lose another game, and you're out of top 3. You're not even winning the tournament. So there was but it was because of the character. It was just the mood that I had that day. But the position was amazing, and I could easily win that position. It's just like, you know, you should feel to be in a mood to play this kind of position now.
But that's an interesting subject that you're touching. Like, you're in the lead, or you're comfortable with your tournament situation. What do you do? Do you push for more, or do you try to protect the gains, right? And that's an eternal question, because, as you said, your coach advised you to play something sharper, and I can understand his point, because everyone else would expect you to be solid, right? I mean, you're 5 out of 5. So if we are talking about the likelihood of them preparing this line or that line, so that probably you do not expect someone like who is kind of in a comfortable situation all of a sudden to take an enormous risk. So yeah, that's always, and I can imagine, like, the higher the profile of the event. So let's say World Championship match, how many times they have to, you know, go for this implied thinking. I think that you think that I think. I mean, it must be multitude of layers to this, right?
It worked absolutely in my case. It worked. The approach of my coach was true, because I got really almost winning position. But yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
Other emotions also come. You know, when you have
let's
100% at the tournament, it's just very tense.
Yeah, let's agree it's never too late to lose a good position, right?
Yeah.
So,
not the first time, not the last time.
yeah. Okay. And now we got stuck on this game for a while, but for a good reason. That's a extremely interesting position there.
Yes.
And what's interesting to me is the fact that Petkov went before, so sacrificing the pawn. And once again, we might start questioning, like, what's the reason behind it? You sacrifice the pawn and then you don't know what to do, right? I mean, that would be like spectator's question to the player. But in fact, in some positions like this, you probably think, if I don't go before, if I start trying to, I don't know, win back the f7 pawn, protecting my stuff, I'll probably just lose, right? Because,
no.
so that's why you absolutely need the counterplay. and then perhaps he's double checking what to go next, because indeed, as you mentioned, there is d5. There might be other moves as well. So just get rid of this pawn and then I'll do what? Maybe this one is no longer hanging. Can this be
Because there's a rook
because of
A1
a check, or kind of less hanging?
Less hanging.
Less hanging. Yeah, it might be hanging still, but kind of less hanging. So white has to consider, like, I take on e6 and there is a check on a1 and don't know, knight b1, knight d3, tricks, you know, this kind of stuff.
That's right, and maybe this is too much, but sometimes, like for instance, in that kind of positions, there is like rook a2, knight a2, d5. You get rid of this bishop.
Wait a second, rook a2 you've mentioned. I realize that this might work actually. I mean, I don't know where it leads. It probably doesn't work that well for black, but at least we have to mention that this tactic exists, right?
Something nice.
So then if c takes, it's bishop e4. After rook c4,
queen takes c4.
Black just takes on c4, takes on g2, and he's much better, right? So therefore, after knight d3, white shouldn't really take, should go to b1. After this capture, should take with the knight, and what's the material? 2 pawns up for white, but f7 is, let's say, very unlikely to survive.
And black has pair of bishops.
And black has pair of bishops. So say bishop b7, and who knows, maybe it's a playable position.
It's not so bad from the perspective what can be in the Sicilians.
Yeah. So let's say bishop f6, queen c4. If black is given just one more tempo, I believe his position is really good. He might not have this one tempo because it's white to move, and so bishop d4 is there, you know, 4 c5, and then it's less comfortable. But anyway, it only highlights how rich the position is, and therefore, understandably, Petkov wants to think to make clear, so to make sure that
it should be rook a2 right away. It should be d5 first. Those are the moves that right now black is considering, I'm sure. But as white is also going very fast into this variation, it also shows that white also knows this line. d5 has been played.
d5 is played, yeah. d5, I was speculating about this rook g1 thing. Because I guess you want to do it.
Oh,
rook
threatening
is
mates in one
hanging.
is not so bad, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. ed5 is the big question
In this case,
as well.
rook a2 now.
And now rook a2.
Knight a2 and bishop d5.
Really? No, I mean, you can take the rook immediately. This was my main concern, but I wasn't sure. Because then you take, right? And if black takes on c3, he might be getting checkmated because of some bishop c5.
Bishop
and
e6.
Who knows, rook f1, bishop e6 works, or? It's
we
clear
can
now.
start with rook f1 here.
Computer now shows that white's completely winning. But how is it? I'm not sure. Rook f1, king goes, and queen h3. Let's show off. I'm probably blundering something here. Not really. Yeah, queen h3.
Rook h3 and rook h8,
So,
f8 checkmate.
Attacking e6, attacking the rook, and rook cannot take because of rook f8 checkmate. So again, it's just I'm just lucky that this tactic works. It does not necessarily work. It's just that to show how rich the position is. So that's one of the highlights of today's round for sure. And rook b6 played absolutely like with maybe 30 seconds spent. Once again highlights that Swanen knows what he's doing. I'm almost sure Swanen knows what he's doing. Yeah, okay. So shall we switch to something else?
And we're going to keep the eye on this game for sure.
So anything a little bit quieter maybe?
I can go to the next board. 3, not so quiet, but it's not so bad. It is game Murzin against Kaczarava.
Murzin against Kaczarava. I have to find this one because it's all sort of messed up. Well, this is also something not seen very often. So it's Sicilian defense with e6, knight c6, and a strange looking move, bishop f4. What is this? It's a surprising move, I have to say. I'm not even sure if I've seen anything like it. Bishop f4 and move 5 in the Sicilian. That really surprised me. I mean, I'm sure he didn't come up with this himself on move 5. So it definitely was part of his preparation. Just that, yeah, the move looks quite,
one of
quite
the few moves. I found a few games have been played here to compare to the main line, which is knight to c3 or another knight b5, which has been played thousands of times.
Yeah, thousands of times. Yeah.
This game has been played a few times, really, bishop f4.
All right, and I suspect d6 is not the most challenging reaction to bishop f4, because now white, at least it would seem, gets what he was intending to get, which is to trade on c6 and to be able to play c4, right? So very often these sidelines, like f3 instead of knight c3 in the Najdorf and so on, the whole point is that white is aiming at getting this structure, right? So e4 and c4 in the center. Rook to b8, queen d2 protecting b2 pawn, e5, bishop goes, and then f5, f4, knight f6, and Murzin is thinking knight c3 is okay, or rather looks very logical, right?
Was not the pawn on a7 hanging before, like before f4? Let's remove 10.
Yeah, but then isn't your bishop in trouble? Because if you go back now, it's f4, right? So that's why perhaps taking the pawn on a7 immediately is no good, but maybe this is what he's thinking about right now. But yeah, now e4 is hanging, right? And once again, to take on f5 and then to take on a7 sounds too much. Sounds like a recipe for a disaster, right? Might be just lost after knight e4 combined with queen a5 check idea. Okay, yeah, so it is very sharp indeed. And at a very early stage, move 10, they're clearly both out of books. A very original, very fresh position, this one. Which once again promises us a very, very interesting fight.
It does, and I think black should be really happy to have this kind of position where he is the one who challenged white's center first. And now white has to make decision either to guard this pawn with knight c3 or to make some challenges. Is there a possibility, for instance, to take the pawn on f5 and then e5 and try to go to the end game?
Yeah, but once again, I'm kind of annoyed with the possibility of knight e4. Yeah, you're probably right that this end game is kind of in white. No, even this one, look, computer doesn't really approve. So even this one, it's not clear if white is any better. Simply because somehow he spent too much time for pawn moves, right? Like, say, black takes. I'm not even sure. Maybe king takes is an option, and to keep the rook on B to keep the rook on b file. Just to mention, yeah, that's probably not so clever. Knight c3, funny trap. Rook takes b2, loses to castle long.
There we go.
And yeah, and then it's a rare double attack. And of course, nobody's going to walk into this one. I just thought that I'll mention because
it looks pretty.
When's going to be the next chance of winning a piece with long castle? You don't know. Right, but say king d8, knight c3, and some bishop b4 might be playable. You might be less fancy and just take with the rook, and then bishop b4 once again. So black seemingly has quite a serious piece play, the initiative, and even if he drops the a7 pawn, always going to have compensation. So I guess you just go knight c3. Just go knight c3. You really need to develop your pieces. You need to yeah, well, the question is, where do you castle? Let's say white goes knight c3 and black does what? Attempts to take the pawn, for example.
To win the pawn, why
For
not?
example, yeah. And then you have an option of playing c5 using the pin, right, on this diagonal. You have an option of going castles long and then take on d6. So it's, you know, now I realize what it looks like to me. It's kind of a premature fight in the center with both sides being undeveloped. Now I realize, because usually, like imagine this e4, f4 pawns against e5, f5. Where can it occur? In some King's Indian or close Sicilian, these kind of things. But by then, when you get those pawns like this, both kings are castled, pieces developed, and so on. So then you can think of various tactical sequences, picking material, and so on and so forth. But here, the side which delays development for a couple of moves might find himself in trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial. White, in fact, here made a move, and
Yeah,
there was
it is
knight
knight
to
c3.
c3, and
knight
this
c3.
keeps some opportunities for White indeed to hold the center. Mira, I would like to suggest a game, board 5. Now we have on board 10. Very, very nice position, and also one of our leaders.
This one, Baturen against Samunenkov, right? And this is, yeah, that's another one of those strange queen gambit Carlsbad with a6. So basically 3a6, and let me, once again, I love, as you people may know by now, I love remembering proper names, kind of recalling proper names for the lines. I think it's Janovsky defense, if I'm not mistaken. So basically, it is a threat of taking on c4, because you already played a6, you'll defend the pawn, yeah. So captures, knight c3, c6, queen c2, bishop d6, bishop g5, knight e7. So yet another very original setup. Why knight to e7? Because later on it supports bishop f5, I guess. h6, bishop f5. Is it so? Yeah. Now if bishop e7 simply takes the queen, king d8, black has pair of bishops for nothing, right? So therefore white goes bishop d3, trade here, castles g4. That's quite interesting. So the inclusion of h7, h6 was not necessary, right? He could have gone bishop f5 immediately, and if you would compare these two positions, then of course the whole idea with g4 is kind of no longer there, right? I mean, you could play g4 if you like, but it's not even clear. Not even clear where the pawn's going, right? Yeah. You can get it on g5 and still you're not opening any lines. But with h6 being played, then obviously, yeah, g5 is quite a serious threat.
Yeah, in fact, g4 was played here because the pawn was on h6 and the knight was not on f6.
So g4, queen c8, rook g1, yeah. And black better hurry up with finding, counterplay. I wonder if knight g6, or kind of where it leads, going knight g6, because what else do you do? I mean, knight d7, I'm already quite scared of white perhaps just taking on e7, and going g5 immediately, or going h4, g5.
That's right.
So he's ready to castle long, and then just, all the forces go towards the king. So maybe I have to react at once by going knight g6. And then, I'm not sure how much of a threat it is to take on h4 and h2. Maybe it's not the tastiest pawn ever, but at least, like, I keep some options after g5 to, let's say, go h5, and for now, the king side is safe, and some squares for the queen reappear. Maybe that's what black has to do. But once again, both seem to be out of the book. Roughly half an hour spent by each player. So you're absolutely right. It's a very, very exciting,
interesting,
very
yeah.
exciting position to witness.
And what is really, really nice in this round, we see that in some of the games that it's not a very long, theoretical, equalish position. They are trying something new, some new setups, which is new perspective for chess and for viewers as well. They want to see something new. And this is exactly something new, starting with a6, for instance, then knight e7, and then g4. So, yeah, indeed, very interesting position.
Yeah, but as I think our yesterday's discussion, or maybe day before yesterday, because all the days seem to be the same, nowadays, everything's upside down in the opening theory. You want to, to attack the king with opposite castles, you actually play d4, right?
Yeah.
Because when you go for the Sicilian, this will be something like something boring.
Yeah,
Quite
that's
often.
right.
Okay, that's nice positions you have on your screen, Keti.
Yeah, I'm
Share
not
with me.
sharing it. I'm not sharing it. Okay, which one, for instance?
I don't know. Big
I do like this one. The problem is that I cannot really suggest a
tell me
number.
the names, maybe.
Manish, international master from India.
Yeah, here you go.
Got it?
Board
Okay, there we go.
21. This is French, right? Vinaver or whatever it's called. Yeah, Vinaver variation. No, it's not a Vinaver variation. Just looked similar to Vinaver. It's completely different. It's actually Caro-Kann. Believe it or not, but it's a Caro-Kann.
Yes, French and Caro-Kann sometimes can be
but
very similar.
I was 100% sure it was this French with bishop b4 line, when after queen c7, sometimes you go king d1. All right, e5 and c5 and takes an e6, and it does look like French defense now. So white goes a3 and queen to g4, and black decided that he can simply sacrifice the pawn. And no, I mean, this is beyond my understanding. This is something extremely sharp. So knight f3, who cares about this f2 pawn? You can take it if you like. King e2. And then it turns out that you have no other worries with black but to play a5. That's obviously the first priority.
The thing is that, for instance, g7 pawn is also hanging, right? And if you guard this pawn, black's worries is about the bishop on f2. White can play b4 here, and
even like this. Start with this, go before.
Actually, there was bishop h7, knight g5.
Yeah, bishop
checkmate.
h7, bishop h7, knight g5 probably wins. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not castle there, because you're just walking into Greek sacrifice.
Yeah, but what do you do? Maybe knight g6. Also, it allows you to run away with the bishop.
Yeah, so now b4 is the black's concerns here.
Yeah, b4 and no, he's not that much scared of b4. It turns out. Don't know why, if you ask me. Maybe just knight c6 and you are getting d4 square.
Then c3?
But then e5 is here.
Okay. We will mate against knight g6 strong move.
Once again, it's we are guessing, right? We don't know for sure. Anyway, black played a5 to secure bishop's position on c5, but for that, he kind of has to sacrifice some pawns. Rook g8, queen h7, and then queen h7, bishop d7, not even taking on g2 with a check. Surprisingly, knight c3, so people ignore those pawns. Knight a4, knight takes c5, queen takes c5, b4. Another funny trick, because if you take a, the rook is getting open, the queen is hanging, so white wins, right? So that kind of gives white a possibility to go b4. Finally, rook g2 check, king to d1. And the moment this pawn was taken with a check, you've seen the valuation bar just went in white's favor. So this pawn was better be left on the board. b5, knight a7, and knight e1. Whoa. Knight e1, and black seemingly has no moves. Rook is hanging and f7 pawn is hanging. Black went rook g8 and white thinking white can take on f7 and probably should. King d8 and then honestly I'm thinking something like a4 should be...
To get the dark square bishop into the game.
Yeah, you have bishop a3 ideas and also kind of on general ground, like knight on a7 is terrible, bishop on d7, okay, maybe not so terrible because of bishop e8, but still, the king is bad for black, so white's advantage, you can feel it, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually, rook f7. now I realize that rook f7 is perhaps a serious alternative because you kind of double on the 7th rank and you attack both guys.
Right. Oh yeah, this is.
Rook f7 might be
very
stronger. Yeah, I just quickly took because who can resist this? f7 pawn with a check and also forcing your opponent to go to d8. But perhaps rook f7 just wins material.
We have already the result on the board 12. Nogerback against Gimpo has been ended in a draw. They repeated the moves here.
Was that that I guess is known. This is some anti-Meran or something. Yeah, basically this position can happen from different moves orders, and f5 is one of the options. I think knight f6 is kind of more conventional way of playing, but f5 is possible, and I don't quite recall, maybe queen e3 is your attempt to play for an advantage, because after queen h4, yeah, they trade, they go c5, and in the end game e6 pawn, like if you say, okay, I'll take on c5 and your e6 pawn is weak, it's not that weak. In fact, sometimes can be guarded by the king on f7, and sometimes you just push the pawn and so on. So white
this pawn can become very strong if it's pushed too far.
White goes bishop f3, like this, rook d8, rook d1, h6, rook e8, d5, e5, and knight h4. And you go here, and you go here. One more time. It looks like white has... Oh, I mean, it doesn't look like white does have protected passed pawn, but it's well blocked. And we all know how dangerous this black's pawn majority on the king side might be if you give him a chance to consolidate.
Yeah, right. Here now e4, knight e5, knight d3 can be something that white should take into the consideration.
Yeah.
So black's pieces and pawns are progressing, and white's pawn is just blocked there with the bishop. So yeah, I think it's a good timing to take this draw.
And also, like not only say e4, but also like g5 sees in even more space. And how do you even win with white? How do you break through? If let's say if I don't want to fight for a win with black, I just want to be solid. Yeah, I push g5, I bring the king closer, probably double rooks on e8, and just sit and wait. So black's simply not worse here. Okay, so one of the, perhaps the first result, right? First result of the
first result so far. Shall we go to the girls section and check out the first
let's quickly
board?
check first boards or precisely, no, that's not the first board. First board was this Catalan with, already a bunch of moves played. So c5 was the last time we've seen. Salimova is spending enormous amount of time. Look, 44 minutes left. Black barely spent any. So she captures, she goes knight e5, castles, and knight takes c4. I believe that's exactly what black has prepared. So knight to c6, e3, otherwise you lose the d4 pawn, and e5 breakthrough. d5, b5, and Salimova decided to take on c6, which is...
Yeah, where else to go with this knight, right?
Yeah, it's so unpleasant. I mean, if we think of the structure, we could say, like from d to e file, white has the majority, sort of 5 against 4, and then black's b pawns are doubled, and therefore white is better. And it's nice thing to say, but how about white pieces being so restricted, right? Now d1, d5
think
simply
d5 is
hanging. Yeah,
hanging,
d5
yeah.
simply hanging. What else? Like d6, pawn takes, bishop c6, but that's, once again, you are playing with fire, because white is severely undeveloped. You see the
You can even
evaluation
give
bar.
a give an exchange, maybe.
Yeah, the evaluation bar went down. So
It's like
I
bishop
wonder, yeah,
g4,
bishop
bishop
g4 or
h3.
bishop h3, right?
Yeah.
You can do it from the
there
other
is
way.
actually something like bishop g4 and then e4 and get these light squares.
Yeah, bishop g4, and if f3,
Then bishop h3, you
rook
will
c8
just,
as well,
yeah.
right? Rook c8, and then
Queen b6 will be
queen
out
b6
there.
might be a move. Yeah, so the bottom line is that white was more or less forced to take here, allow queen straight, takes on c4, a3, check, king c1. All right, so c6 pawn is, of course, a nice thing to have.
You know, Miro, what I just understood out of these games we have seen so far in Catalan, when you see that your opponent plays Catalan, you should not go for the main lines. You should go to the side lines, like c5, a5, somewhere like there, because very likely most of the players are preferring the main lines that you usually play against you. And they
you're
are
not very
looking.
comfortable with some sidelines. Could be. It
I
really
mean,
depends.
you can easily forget exactly how to set up, especially in this kind of Catalan. A5 and c5 makes big difference in the setup, so you should know how to react with both of them.
Yeah. Now, seriously, I think something went wrong, like immediately after c5. For whatever reason, my guess is that queen a4, knight c6, knight a5 is the move, but I might be wrong. There's also queen c2, as you mentioned, immediately or after the exchange and before. Okay. Yeah, I've mentioned Gelfan's game. I think it went a3, by the way, now that I'm thinking. Yeah, which makes perfect sense. So you want to exchange this pawn or just take it and then develop the knight on c3. Anyway, I don't think the position we have on the board right now is that terrible for white. It should be still like within equality. But yeah, black also kind of solved all the problems.
Black is, I think, happy here in this position. Because, yeah, this king on c1 is a little bit misplaced.
Oh yeah, but how do we react, like with all seriousness, how do we react to a3?
I was thinking about a5 here.
Yeah.
And to keep the a file or like control over there. So if you take, I take. And in the cases like if white pushes c7 to attack my rook over a8, black can always think of e4 moves to lock the bishop on the diagonal.
So if we trade, it's not clear how to continue, right? Ah, wait. Can I do knight d2? Because I really want to take this guy, and I just realized my rook is protected, and the king is not checkmated. I mean, it's a little bit awkward to make a move like king c2, because
it is, yeah.
pretty much any check would be a checkmate, like bishop d3, for instance, right? But perhaps I'm kind of alive, and if I'm alive, I'm probably winning the pawn.
How about c3 there to push this pawn?
Not to give a check, yeah?
Yes.
To go c3. Say takes, and now I have to be careful, right? Knight c4 or something. And you're right, at the very least, I mean, in the worst case, like you'll have e4 somewhere. So it's probably around equal if both sides play correctly. I guess knight c4. Because c-pawn also should not be underestimated, right? I mean, it can happen that knight b6, c6, and knight b6, c7, and white just wins. So, yeah, still pretty tense. And on board 2, shall we quickly check board 2? Board 2 has a lot of pieces, unlike the previous board. That's the Petrosian system against the Queen's Indian, right?
Yeah,
Bishop e7, I would argue, is a little bit imprecise, because you let white to play bishop d3, and then he can move to e2. So you could have the same position, but with the queen on b1. which arguably is preferable for black. Wow.
Wait.
This is a surprise, to be honest.
Is there a d5 first and then e5, or it's not working here because knight comes on e4?
Knight goes to
rook
e4.
d1 first. Rook d1 first.
Yeah, just to highlight that this indeed is a typical idea of breaking through, but you shouldn't allow knight e4. So for this, indeed, you'll have to play rook d1, like f to d1. Not even sure what black was planning. Because d5 pawn takes and e5 is quite serious. Something like that. Who knows? It's a very tricky position to play, that much I can tell you. Even going to f6, e5 and going back to d7 is very surprising, I mean, if you ask me. Why not to d5?
d5 here?
No, why not to d5 with the knight after e5?
Square.
Yeah, I mean, after all, like this seems to be the square you're aiming at with the knight. If you go back to d7, yes, you do get the d5 square, but the knight is sort of restricted, right? So white went a4, knight b8.
Okay, she had this idea of knight c6, knight a5.
So black basically loses to tempi to provoke e5 to kind of define the structure, yeah, and then can go back and also not only a5 but b4 sometimes, yeah. Rook f to d1, I don't know if it was needed, maybe it was, because bishop f3, queen d4 would be a threat, yeah, and then queen to d5.
Yeah, this queen d5 is a very interesting idea. So you pin the knight on f3, so this knight will not jump on g5 or
yeah, it's
g2
very hard
squares.
to get rid of this queen. Very hard to get rid of this queen on d5.
Well, if you play something like rook c1 and bishop c4, you always have queen e4 there, and
Yeah,
the
but
endgame is very good here for black.
Black usually enjoys like trading rooks as much as possible, right? Once again, the structure, as you said, like any sort of endgame is usually good for black because of 2 versus 1 on the queen side. And white has a space advantage in the center on the king side, so white usually tries to attack. So the more pieces you trade, and specifically major pieces, rooks and queens, right? So black kind of benefits from that.
That is right. In the third board, shall we take a look in that?
Any updates here? Right, oh, of course. So bishop g5, knight d7, white played knight d5. Swapped everything, bishop c4 and queen d3, inviting black to take. Right. So, white to move. What do we do?
Oh, that's a perfect square for the knight, but how to
Yeah.
jump with this knight? Knight d2, knight f1, knight d3, that's
1, 2,
3
3,
and
4,
then
yeah.
4. Another thing, Miro, it can be also just to keep the bishop there and stuck on
bishop
b7
d5,
pawn and start to attack on the king side with f3, g4, h4.
Yeah, but what exactly do we do in this position? Because I'm afraid black's just going to take. And he'll block the g file with a check. Oh, so g3. Okay, g3.
She was worried about this pawn, yeah.
Yeah, so not only, but perhaps g3 to prepare f4 is also sort of an idea. Yeah, you're...
Well, how about king to h8 here to prepare f5?
To prepare f5, yeah, this is also something I'd be worried about. So maybe king b1, f5, and just f3, and not to react to this. Even though when black opens the f file, it's clearly in his favor, right? Somehow, yeah, let's imagine this is traded, and the knight on b3 all of a sudden is so badly placed, like so far away from like main. Obviously, yeah, on d5 it would be great, or even somewhere closer to the king side, because now the f-file is open and it feels like the main plane will go in the center and the f-file.
Something like bishop h3 here
Yeah,
makes so
yeah,
much
yeah.
sense with bishop
Control
g2 ideas.
Yeah, bishop h3, control f1, so white can't really challenge black on the f-file. And this bishop, yeah, it kind of looks bad for now, but after bishop g5, and especially in some endgames, it can attack white's pawns. So black is not without a chance for sure. All right, yeah, so king h8, f5
King
seems
h8 has been
valuable.
played, I think, shy, so she went with the king. So the threat is f5 here, at least what black wants to play.
Yeah, the plan, yeah.
Plan.
We're not sure how scared white is of this, yeah, but the plan is certainly to play f5.
Perhaps not very
Alright.
scared, right?
All right, and any results in the girls section? Okay, I can see black has won on board 22.
The player has not
But once again,
arrived,
no
I guess.
show. Board
Another? Oh, we do have a
37.
game.
What game? Tell
That's
me.
the game which ended in a
Yeah.
result.
Yeah, so it is, yeah. It is a result on board 30.
Only 14 moves. We have to see from
Wait
the
a
beginning.
second. I've lost. Where is it? Anyway, just let's see. 14 moves. How do you win in 14 moves?
Let's learn Sicilian
Against the
defense.
knight, by the way. No, against the dragon.
Dragon.
You play f4. You play e5.
Let's go.
I always thought, like dragon, you need to castle long first. No, you don't need to. What's the right move? What's
so
the right
you
move?
shouldn't allow e6 here.
Could it be that after f4, bishop g7
It's the wrong move.
is already not so good?
Actually, after this knight g4 here could be played.
Check on b5, and yeah, it could be
King
no.
f8.
King f8, knight e6. I think this is exactly what they want from us. Yeah, I think bishop b5 actually makes it. For some reason, the engine doesn't say white's winning, so I'm kind of second guessing myself what I could possibly be missing. But I don't know. I mean, it looks like white's
looks like
winning
black has
right
no move here.
right here, right now. Yeah. So anyway, black went knight d7, walked into e6, knight e5 takes on f7, king f7, but that looks terrible. Bishop e2, castles, check. And she's taken with the king, because this is playable, right? Just take with the queen.
The wrong is gone already with this king maneuvering there.
You're probably slightly worse though because of e-pawn, right? Because white being better developed, but
there was a
king
blunder,
f8,
yeah.
knight e6 was just a one-move blunder. Anyway, so that means people are somewhat tired as well, and therefore a free day tomorrow will be really appreciated.
Time, yeah. Good timing. Let's just take a look at the updates of the first board, then we can take our first break here.
First board, a3, a5, knight d2 immediately played by Salina, so she's not exchanging on b4, not exchanging the rooks, but starts with knight d2, which also makes sense because now c3, it's a bit more comfortable situation for white, right? There won't be any checks on the first rank, and who knows, maybe white actually goes knight e4, hoping to trade the knights, to go king c2, maybe win the c3 pawn. I don't know. Maybe white actually is fighting for an advantage after all.
Bishop e2, bishop d3 ideas?
Yeah, bishop e2 is cool. And then perhaps this knight e4. Yeah? Bishop e2 is on the board, right?
That's right.
The engine kind of swinged a little in white's favor, so I'm wondering what's the trick here. You could... one of the things to do, strangely, is to play c7.
Right.
And then after rook c8 to take this guy, and...
Rook a7?
I was hoping for rook a7, but apparently it doesn't work. Black has some knight e8, yeah? And still wins this pawn. Yeah, okay, fair enough. So you see, people have to calculate lines not to blunder, right?
I think this engine is just
Yeah, the engine is a little
just
bit.
not so helpful in all
The engine
positions.
is a little bit off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least we can see full fight here on board one as well as like on every single top board, I believe, in
It
both
is.
girls and the Open Tournament. So yeah,
We're taking our first break today in the round 6, so you guys don't go anywhere because all the action is actually happening and continuing. We're just taking a very, very short break, and we'll be coming back here with the new moves and maybe even some results. So don't go anywhere. We're back. This is World Junior Chess Championship 2022, round 6. I'm Keti, this is Mira, and we are having very exciting rounds. Some of the games already done, but mostly all the top boards are still in progress, and right now we can see very tense match in the girls section, board 1, where first and second higher rated players are facing each other.
Right. Okay. That position, though, it's not. It's the other top board. It's top board from the open section. Just decided to bring it up and mention that not everybody is in, kind of mood to, the appetite to take risk. And Dominik Horvat, for example, played something very solid against Andrei Yosipenko. That's the current position with, most probable result being a draw by far, right? So everything is symmetrical. White does have a bishop against the knight, but it's very unlikely that this advantage will turn into something serious. But yes, we do have a lot of sharp positions, and yeah, let me bring first board in the girl section on the screen. Not so many moves. Well, in fact, one move, bishop f1, was played, and black replied with bishop to d3, which allowed white to take on c4. What was the point behind bishop d3? Bishop e4 is what she
bishop e4 and
wants.
bishop c6 is probably what is planned, but then e5 pawn is also hanging,
Bishop
so
e4,
there is some calculation
say rook
needed.
g1, bishop c6, and if you take e5, then maybe something happens here, like bishop e4 and then rook c8, and who knows, maybe black managed to calculate it till the very end. Anyway, knight takes c4 will be played. Bishop e4 is played as well. It's not like white has a lot of choice here. Rook g1 is strictly only move. Right, so she'll play rook g1. Black might have some choice here, though. Like, maybe even start with rook c. Can I think of... Yeah. How crazy is this, to go rook c8?
And after knight e5,
yeah,
to
knight
attack this knight?
e5 to play what? To play knight d7, I was thinking. But it's perhaps
Knight takes d7.
too original. Yeah, knight takes d7, rook check, king to d1 or 2, probably not important. A check here, king g1 and rook d7, and then
It takes b3, b4 probably.
White is a pawn up. Ah, yeah, and you take on b4, and this is what makes it sad for black.
In fact, in the game, black has already captured with the bishop here after
so bishop
g1.
c6 is played, yeah. Now white has a decision to make, right? Knight e5 is, of course, tempting, but might be risky to open this, to open the c file. Or, well, I mean, c file is already open, kind of, but maybe you could invest this tempo in order to develop your pieces, right, and not to grab the pawn. Say b3 is one of the options, just to play b3, king b2. But yeah, that probably the most principle is to take, of course. For the first time, I guess, in this tournament, I can see that Salimova has spent much more time than her opponent in the opening/early middle game stage, right?
That's right, and also Kamalizanova, who is now with black pieces. He is the player that always has more time on.
So she's playing pretty
very
fast.
fast player,
okay.
and she seems to be well prepared for this tournament. So that can be one of the reasons. And also in this position, black gave so many tasks to white to solve up to this point. This is move 19 right now, And white is down to 32 minutes. But it's not so tense anymore. Pieces are getting off the board slowly.
Yeah, that's it's actually a lot of potential to simplify everything. That's what I'm thinking. Like you take 25, maybe that's your last chance of complicating the game, because what else? I mean, if you just finish the development in some way, I'm not even sure it's possible to do it comfortably. But say bishop e2, black plays something, white brings the rook to d1, it's going to be equal very, very soon. So maybe 95. Once again, there is no... you can never be sure that 95 works. Maybe you're actually getting in danger after it, but yeah. Looks the most ambitious, maybe just bet, but you know, if you want to achieve something, perhaps you start by calculating the capture on e5. Okay, let's not forget, yeah, those two are the leaders, but so is Beydulayeva on board too, right? She's...
I have a bit of update here. The h-pawn has started to be pushed.
Yeah, so wait a sec. We've seen queen takes d5, and then we left it. Yeah, rook b1 was played, black goes rook fd8, h4, rook to c3, h5, and black went h6. Black went h6, which stops white from going h5, h6, but if white ever gets a chance to build a battery on this diagonal, queen in front of the bishop, then it's really scary, right? So
it can get really scary now, as the h-pawn is already gone. There will be no g6 pawn covering it, and black has to play in that case knight d7, knight f8, just to get this knight on the king side. But this knight here on f8 will be very passive.
Yeah. Well, actually, I do like bringing the knight to f8 to just make sure that the king is safe, right? And then you'll use perhaps your major pieces to try to create some counterplay. The queen, once again, cannot stress it enough, the queen is superbly placed on d5. So once again, I'm not even sure how white is supposed to break through there. Like maybe some rook b5 just to drive the queen away, d5 to sacrifice a pawn. But yeah, I can't really make it work so far. So black does, seemingly black does more than okay here. Can he try to come up with some sort of sacrifice on h6, interestingly, like go queen c3, queen e3. Looks like self-pinning, but we
you in
have,
fact want
we
bishop
have,
h7.
yeah, we have this idea, and also to capture on h6, right? I say rook c8, double the rooks, protect the rook on c3, and some bishop h6, pawn takes, queen takes. It's not guaranteed that white's going to succeed, because let's say capture here and queen e4, rooks are pinned currently, right? There is this knight e1 silly move, and then rook g3 is a threat.
That is actually right, but I can play queen h7, king h8, I think,
yeah.
at least.
Yeah, queen h7, check, king h8. Right, so if something like this happens, interestingly, it's white who, white who has material advantage, technically. Rook and two pawns against two minor pieces, right? But black will have a lot of good squares and minor pieces. Yeah, the knight is yet on b8, but imagine if it gets to, say, c6, will take d4. So absolutely unclear position, right? It's an absolutely unclear position. But once again, if white plays too slow, if you allow black to go knight c6, knight b4, for instance, it's white who might be in trouble. So I'd be careful about this.
This can get really, really bad really fast for white if black starts to play very active. There's also this kind of ideas here, rook a3 to go after a4 pawn.
Yeah, rook a3 and to attack a4 pawn, that's correct. You can double
knight
the
c6,
c-file.
knight b4 is another threat here, so white has to be a bit careful. In fact, we have a very interesting position on the board 5 Schneider Jana against Goltseva Ekaterina, where we have only 17 moves played, and seems like things went wrong for black, not
so
only in the position,
interesting
but also look
position,
at the time
meaning
situation.
bad position for black, right? There was some really strange opening line. So it was the French, something similar to this game of Swane, Queen A5, though. Queen A5, D takes, Queen C7. Very strange opening line. Knight F3, Bishop C5, and White went B4. Bishop E7, Bishop D3, Knight C6, Bishop F4, G5. Looks like a huge gamble from black. Bishop takes, Knight E5 castles, takes on C6, F6, Queen F7. Somehow black failed to develop the pieces, yeah, and maybe the last move is especially unlucky because after C4, White's threatening to take on D5 and just all the structure will be ruined, right? Bishop C6 you do not have because of B5, and what to do? So black decided to take, but then it's like Queen B7 and Knight C3, very natural moves that practically finish black off.
The threat here can be something like 94, 96, Knight E4, Knight C5, Rook D1.
Everything,
and
yeah. You don't.
So difficult to develop here the pieces.
Yeah, it's like feeling is like you don't even need the threat. You just take A7 and those pawns go, right? So it's better for White on so many levels. And I mean, it's going to be a pawn up as well for White, but yeah, positionally better. Black's undeveloped. No, it's just a disaster. Bishop G3, right?
That's right.
No need to invent something fancy. Just go to G3.
And if the time is correct, it's really tough to make more than 20 moves in 10 minutes here for black in this very, very hard position. Queen has played here.
No, I think it's a different position though. It's a different game.
Different game. Oh, it can be different game.
It's not. Yeah. Speaking of the camera view, it's a different game. Yeah. So Ekaterina Goltseva, she started pretty well, right? But then she lost yesterday, or I'm confused.
I think she lost
the day before.
Previous round.
The day before, yeah, quite possibly. What else? Boot 3. It's actually black who is better after this King H8. That's what we were checking, yes. Rudzinska against Serikbai. Yeah, so F4 was met with F5, Bishop D5, and black plays quite simple. Takes Bishop F5, why not? And Bishop H4, and all of a sudden turns out that black bishop from E7 actually gets quite active. And isn't black simply better here? He might as well be. I don't know if Knight D4 works. Sort of attacking F5 and hoping that this line somehow works out for White. It probably does, right? Bishop on E1 will be lost eventually. Or you have to take on F5.
You have to take on F5.
But then, but then black is not that unhappy.
But in fact, after Knight D4, black could just play something else, for instance, to capture the bishop
to take on
F4.
E4, right? But then at least I don't have to make an awkward move. I can take with the rook or even with the queen, right? It all depends on what kind of an endgame that one is. It's probably closer to equality, but maybe black is slightly better, right?
Black
I want to say.
Black should be just fine here. And
yeah,
better
absolutely.
With this bishop.
Fine, no questions asked. It's a question if black is better or not, I'm guessing. I'm sure black can't be worse here. So bishop is stronger than the knight after all, and h2 pawn is weak. Okay, so white failed to put some serious problems then. Well, what were other interesting games? I don't recall. This one was the Open Spanish. Remember this one?
Right.
So
After this point, it was still the theory.
yeah, and White failed to find anything, anything impressive. So ended up trading on e6. So this should be perfectly fine for Black. Won't be surprised if, let's say, if Black will be the one, looking for chances to play for win. Because after all, you never know. I mean, what kind of structure that one is. The e5 pawn might be weak sometimes, especially if you trade the queens and say put the rook on e4. So I believe objectively it's closer to be balanced position, but yeah, we'll see. Oh, this one. It's a lovely opening. How it's called? The King's Indian attack, right? King's Indian attack, where White, well, actually, in this case, it was purely starry with knight f3, g3, bishop g2. Sometimes you do this via different moves order, but we are referring to King's Indian attack as, yeah, to this position, basically, right? So Black does whatever he does, usually with the pawn on d5, and White sets up pieces the way Black would in the King's Indian.
So King's Indian reversed.
Yeah, King's Indian, but not a defense, but attack. Yeah, a5, knight h2, a4, a3. Some sort of theory, I guess, but not ideal somehow. Yeah, Queen c1. White slowly prepares to sacrifice on h6. h7, bishop f1 is a little bit confusing, to be honest.
Well, perhaps the idea is to push d4,
push d4 and bishop
then
d3.
bishop d3,
Okay.
and if you play c4, then queenside attack will be kind of slow there.
Yeah. So Black goes knight d4, after which White captures and goes b4. Huh.
So the idea of b4 might be to play next move queen to b2 to go after d4
Yeah.
pawn.
That's clear. White
But
will...
although this pawn is not lost right after queen b2, because Black can also play queen b6. And how exactly White is attacking this pawn? Or maybe knight h2, knight f3.
In many ways. Bishop can get to f2, knight can get to f3. It's easier for White to attack this pawn than for Black to defend, yeah? And if you don't take on b3 and passant, this bishop is absolutely dead. So I'm guessing maybe you should, I mean, is it good or bad? I have no idea, but maybe you should capture and then go b4 so that at least the bishop comes back to life. The structure is not ideal, I understand, yeah, but who knows? Look, if a4, we could think of sacrificing the exchange like this. Go rook c8 and put the rook on c3. And never leave from here. Wait for White to capture. So at least, like, the king is no longer in danger, the a-pawn is not running anywhere, the bishop is in play. So maybe that's what Black has to do. Because if you don't take, I'm afraid Black is kind of too passive. He has a target which is c2 pawn, but this is easy to defend. And usually they defend it like this. They go rook e2, they go bishop e1.
Yeah,
so
the
rook
bishop
defends
on
it,
a6
and
is
then
simply dead.
eventually f4, bishop f2. So this is like non-existent piece.
All right, Black has to make her decision, and after b4, she has plenty of time to spend here, 41 minutes to go. Shall we go to the open section and take a look at the second board, which was a very sharp position? This is Mane Frederick and Petkov Momchil. We have here a few more moves after rook b6. That was the last time we checked. Black captured on e4, rook g1 attacking on g7. Black decided to play rook h7 to guard the pawn on g7, and we have here
this.
bishop d4.
Bishop f6, and White went queen g3. So confusing. how to even play this position. Everything's hanging. Everything is hanging.
So is
Can you take this?
is there a rook c6 threat here?
Threat? Yes, there is. Rook c6, and take on e5, yeah? Oh yeah, that's correct. Rook c6 is a threat. What to do for black? Bishop d5
You can play rook h5, I guess.
Probably, right? Rook h5 to defend the knight like this. So if
Some
rook c6,
positions to
queen
play
c6.
bishop g5 or rook g5 as well.
Yeah, but I'm afraid then I'll just play king b1.
Oh, by the
And-
way, the game on the first board has been ended with a draw.
Yeah, first board
Esipenko
is a
and
draw.
Horvath.
First board is a draw and no big things happen. I mean, it was this equalish structure, like everybody improved their position slowly, and then the moment they've reached move 30, White decided he had enough and offered a draw. All right, so top seed is held for a draw once again. Swane against Petkov. Yeah, that's perhaps the sharpest, the most exciting game for now. Murzin and Kacharava. Well, this is all. I mean, this is so original. First of all, and not only the position, but look at Murzin's clock. So 14 minutes after move 14. Absolutely amazing.
And it was White who surprised the opponent with bishop f4, early bishop f4.
Takes on f4. Where to go? Where to go? Certainly not to
Not
take
on
the
queen
pawn.
f4.
Not to take the pawn
Not
because
there.
bishop g5. Yeah, black has already taken, so you move the queen somewhere, maybe like on e1 to keep it on the e file.
Maybe queen d4.
Queen d4
To hit on G7
is
pawn.
also possible, right? And then if black castles, then it's a capture here, right? And then you're ready to play e5, so that's
Bishop
actually
c4
that's
comes on the
actually
board.
good. So after queen d4, maybe bishop f6 is the move. So that if you take on d6, we trade the queens, then it's fine for black, I guess, right? Queen d6, trade, then takes on c3, takes on e4. I still feel like after this, you probably go queen e1 runs into bishop h4 with the tempo. It's hard to choose the square. I mean, that's my point. Like queen d4 is of course the most kind of the most challenging, but we have to have an answer to bishop f6, otherwise it's pointless. So
You can go queen d2 here.
but then I can take.
Yeah, and now queen f4.
And now queen a4.
Queen is hanging and rook is hanging as well.
Queen b6. And
Queen
yeah,
should.
if you can't stop black from castling, then I'm ready to claim that it's more than fine for black, right? Okay, knight a4, queen b4. Otherwise, you have to protect b2 somehow. Also not perfectly comfortable.
Well, you can play queen f2 here.
Yeah.
And after castle, you can play bishop c4, check, and then e5.
And then e5. Right, this is something, but it loses for whatever reason.
What is it?
Because double attack. Yeah, check, king goes, and queen b4, attacking the knight and the bishop at the same time. After bishop b3, there is some c4 move.
Right. So
Strangely, like in the current position, computer says it's equal, right? But our mere attempts to play a few moves somehow end up with black being better. So combine this with Murzin, with the fact that Murzin has less than 12 minutes and still long way to go before he reaches time control.
He played queen to e1.
Might be in trouble, yeah.
And
Queen e1.
walks away, but it still keeps the eye on the board. Very tense position. He might already regret his opening choices here. After move 15, he has less time on the clock, 11 minutes. and really shaky position.
Yeah, it's not kind of not about having less time, but that little time is surprising. I mean, what's the preparation if on 5 moves you spend all of your time? Yes, this is it's not even
Yeah.
clear what he was thinking about. It's really weird game, I want to say. Okay, so check something else. Put 4. Oh, that's kind of got simplified. Pretty much. It was an interesting moment here. So it all started with, remember, the Queen's Gambit accepted and potential to have this symmetrical position and so on. Queen e2, Black eventually develops the bishop to d6, goes Queen c7, so far so good. h3, castles d5. And here after d5, you can see yourself, guys, that the evaluation bar went in Black's favor. Yeah, and I kept wondering, why is that, right? Why is that? Maybe c4 was an option to block the bishop for now. And then if white takes, who knows? I was even thinking of knight c5, to be honest. It's like to try to sacrifice the pawn. White's not forced to take, but let's say white takes and black takes with the rook. If you pay attention, like all the forces are directed towards the king side. Who knows? Maybe this develops into some sort of an attack, even though, of course, it's very optimistic. And black decided to capture on d5 with the pawn. After knight d5, black captures with the knight, but basically traded everything on d5. Basically traded everything on d5, so just knight takes, bishop takes, rook d8. Rook d1, still somewhat awkward for white. Black potentially might be even better thanks to queenside majority, right? So just has to be careful, but I'm guessing knight e5 could be an interesting try. Because if white trades, for instance, it should be very good for black. This pawn's weak, c4, you are not in time to challenge the d-file. In this case, I'm afraid white will be in huge trouble. Somehow, quite a few games where white's not doing that great out of those leaders boards, but here white actually does have a very attractive position. It's a game between Batsuren and Samonenkov. We have, since our last visit, which was around here with rook on g1 and white threatening to go g5, yeah, black went knight g6 and bishop e7. After queen a5, they've traded the queens like this. And apparently there was something, because computer was very happy with white's position up to the point when he played knight e5. I don't know
knight
what's
e5
the
although
alternative.
looks very natural.
Looks very
here.
natural. I mean, maybe like king e2 to unpin the other knight. I'm not sure where it goes. Yeah.
Well, after this move, maybe you are threatening a3 to get this bishop. If you go bishop a5, then bishop d6 can be something.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, knight e5, c5 is played, and looks like position. It's still in white's favor, but sort of levels up a little, leveling out. And also the time, once again, one more game where one of the players is very low on time. This is an endgame though, so not so...
Maybe the idea of king e2 was...
to kind of not allow c5, or...
Yeah, after c5 to react in a different way. So after c5, now you can move your knight away, knight a4, let's say. And you want basically after c takes d4 to take with a knight. And
yes,
pawn on e6 is hanging.
Too much stuff is happening.
If you play rook f6, there is bishop h4 or bishop e5.
Oh, there is also knight b6.
Knight b6 comes on the way.
Knight b6 is serious threat.
And also,
No,
like,
this is white.
what
White
else
just
you
wins
can
the
play
pawn, right?
here?
White probably just wins the pawn like this. Yeah, so maybe that was kind of a real point of king e2, so that you unpin the knight and you have knight a4. King e2. Even after knight d7, you probably have knight a4, and then a3 next
A3,
move.
bishop d6, b4, knight c5. It's very pleasant position indeed. But after c5 here and a3, let's say, is black going to capture the pawn on d4 first?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe
Because
he
the
does.
thing is that after, if white takes e takes d4, then bishop c3, b takes c3, there's a pawn on c3. Weak, and black can have this as a target.
It's still super unclear, I want to say. Yeah, c3 is the pawn, but black wants c3 kind of a backward pawn, but black's also not without weaknesses, right? And severely undeveloped. So some king d2, one rook to e1, other rook to b1, or maybe a4 if white has the time.
How about
yeah?
knight c6
So
here?
you go knight c6 immediately, maybe, and then yeah, then once again one has to calculate like knight d7, knight c5. It does feel that black starts to pick up some counterplay, or maybe a lot of counterplay, in fact. Right. So we say after a3, cd4, maybe white takes on b4 instead, right? D takes c3, b takes c3. So there is still this backward pawn, but the structure is different and maybe more favorable for white. Anyway, we shall see how this game develops. White is headed towards quite a serious time trouble. 10 minutes left for 20 minutes. That's once again, that's so interesting, especially for, let's say, for newer viewers who only used to play online. And we all know online you can have like game in 1 minute, 3 plus 2 is considered to be boomers, blitz, and so on. And one kind of wonders, what's the big deal? You have 10 minutes for 20 moves, plus you have the increment, right? But would you agree that somehow when you play classical game, you can't really easily adjust to the rhythm. So this 10 minutes very quickly turn into 1 minute somehow. Yeah, right.
It's
because
not enough time at all.
as we were discussing, like you see those seconds running away on the clock, and then half of your time you are spending observing your clock and not the position. Yeah, so that's.
Yeah, that can be a bit of pressure here for white, although the position is very pleasant. Shall we take a look at the next game? Kozak Adam drawing Augustine. This endgame with e6 pawn seems to be very, very nice to white. And now white's latest move was g4 as well.
G4 to play f5, I would guess. So white's a pawn up, perhaps. First thing to mention, that white's pawn up, so that must be why he's better here. Rook takes e6 doesn't really work because queen d5, right? King c2 and then just f5, I'm guessing. Because, yeah, that's only one check.
King hides on
h1.
h1, there's no more check, and black is simply losing.
There's only one check. So e6 pawn cannot be taken, and the very next move, white perhaps goes f5 and protects it. But that's a hard position to handle. Not even sure what you do. Like, do you play
Actually, I was thinking about
king g7, king f8?
yeah, king to h8. I was
King h8, yeah, possible.
thinking, and after f5, just to take, and now to play some of like c6.
Yeah, so the king is sort of exposed, right? And the pawns, even though those are connected pass pawns, they are blocked for now. If white manages to exchange the queens, there'll be king g7, king f6 for black, right?
Right.
it's not trivial. Yeah,
That's
maybe
something.
here, maybe I actually take on c6, because
Rook
you'll have to
G8
give a
check.
check, right? You'll have to give a check, and I don't think you can capture on f5 because e7.
Yeah, and I cannot stop the pawn. I have to capture on c3.
But it's no, it's not.
The rook is
e7.
hanging.
Check takes. You see, Compi says white's winning, so I'm very optimistic about my chances. Is rook g1 a perpetual? Might be, right?
Yeah, takes on queen e1, and then queen e2.
So maybe just queen e4. And then I more or less guarantee myself that I'll play e7. So strangely, right, you have the rook on g-file, but no threats because white controls this long, not this long diagonal, but this long diagonal.
Well, yeah, this looks very nice. And also here after f5, if black's king goes on h8, the idea can also be queen f4 and queen d4 to trade the queens in that way.
Now, ideally, to be honest, I would prefer the king to be on e7 to free the rook, but...
Then queen c6,
but then, yeah,
queen
queen
d7
c6,
next
queen c6
thing, yeah.
is very annoying. Queen c6 is very annoying, really. Okay, so chances for Adam Kozak, who is one of the leaders as well, right?
That's right. Has been leader for quite some days already.
Look, on board, what's this? Board 7, Turkish FIDE master Alparslan, as we said, the lowest rated out of the leaders, 2377. The only FIDE master among the leaders. Yeah, like all the rest are GMs and international masters. He does pretty well yet again, having very comfortable position against Ido Gornstein. So that would be quite a surprise if he wins yet another one with black. Yeah, well played. So, do we have more results?
We do have very interesting updates in the girls section, board 1.
Okay, tell me. Let's see what goes on. Yeah, that's the other one. Board 1. Board 1, white is slightly better, according to
Yeah, white
machine.
managed to get this king at the nice spot on b2, and
So white does take the pawn after all. Rook c8. Interesting, b3. She's not afraid, right? Bishop d5. Was bishop e4 an option?
bishop e4, bishop c4 could be played there.
Okay. So Salimova,
It's funny because now you can take with the knight, and a5 pawn is hanging. Is there a e4 move?
yeah.
That's so tense, like how white reacts. You can take a4 pawn because knight is hanging. If you take b4 pawn, then you drop the b3 pawn with a check.
Yeah, I mean,
The thing is that maybe rook c1 here trades everything on the queen
I'll
side.
take on b3 anyway.
b3 is hanging.
b3 is actually hanging. So I wonder what's the move is. Like knight d2 or what?
Rook d8.
Maybe rook c8. Because rook d8 I can actually take a b. Maybe knight a5. Okay. Maybe knight a5. And then ab, the next move. And it's one crazy position. Rook c8, ab, check, king a3, takes here. White still will be pawn up, but black will be active. We'll start taking inside pawns. Again, very intense, very rich with variations. So a lot of stuff to calculate. Bishop takes c4 is played, yeah, and Salimova is calculating. What's the alternative? I mean, if you take with the pawn, do you really fight for advantage this way? The rook is locked, sort of, right?
Probably rook e8 here to hit the knight.
To attack the knight immediately. Oh, wait a sec. I can take. You'll have to take back. And rook a5. It's strange. I mean, it's like white pieces, especially the knight, of course. Yeah, the knight on e5 sort of hanging in the air, but there is no way to attack it comfortably.
B takes c4 has been ended, and black responded right away with knight e4.
B takes and knight e4. So the knight is, well, kind of attacks f2, but also is headed to c5. So it seems knight takes c4 was the way to go, and b c4, knight e4 perhaps gives away the advantage, or at least a huge part of it. Anyway, that's an endgame which might be played for quite a while, so we will have a chance to look at it.
And on the second board, I see that white managed to put the battery on the light squares, and black has to give up the exchange.
Yeah. So h5, h6, bishop to e3, rook c8, knight e1. No, but black actually kind of voluntarily captured on d3 for whatever reason. I'm not even sure why. She just decided to take.
There was actually queen g4, right? Queen g4.
Yeah. So takes and knight c6. But that's like, that allows rook b5, right? Allows rook b5, and we are talking kind of technical position, like kind of conversion stuff. No? No, I'm blundering something apparently. Because there is certainly a better move according to the engine. Maybe just queen b5, you know, queen b3, something, just trade the queens. Because now white no longer perhaps has attacking potential since the light square bishop is gone, right? And black wants knight b4.
How about just rook c1 to take control over it?
Which one? This one, right?
Yeah, probably.
The queen is protected, so there is no knight takes e5.
Right.
Who knows? Maybe like knight b4 could be a thing. So I understand you trade here.
Queen c3.
Queen c3. I'm not in time by a little bit. So basically, what I want to say is that if black is on time to play a5 and bishop d7, right?
Right.
Even an extra exchange might not be enough to prove that white's better. But yeah, but black always seemed to be missing a tempo on this. So a little bit strange decision to take on d3, which isn't that easy to explain. It like white's bishop was not running anywhere. So it's almost like black thought that she has some tactic and then realized it doesn't work, right? Like
yeah, seems like white was just too afraid of this light square bishop, queen g4, bishop h6 moves.
Knight c6. Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
Or maybe black believes that knight can get on b4, a5
yeah, like
can
get
be out
knight
there.
on d5 and just play this position, exchange down, but prove that you have enough compensation. That's also a possibility. Anyway, once again, quite a complex position. Move 23, so not yet close to the time control mark, and well, 25 minutes each left. So once again, potentially some time trouble with that many pieces on the board.
On the board 4, where Zala Ur and Mariam Mikrotechan are playing, we have very heavy pieces on the first rank, but not threatening checkmate for now, as king has g3 square to run.
Yeah, important not to go rook g3.
To checkmate yourself.
Yeah. How dangerous it is. It's actually still kind of awkward because white has difficulties creating a single thread there, right? Queen from a1 also targets e5. So, I mean, what do you even do? Like rook e2, for instance, black can go with a check, and who knows, maybe even this, and then check from h2 is threatening, and the king will end up being on h4, so some checkmate potential. Again, what amazes me that they sometimes, even from very calm positions, they manage to create this kind of a position that you have to calculate all the time, right? I mean, it looked so strategically clean, right? The isolated pawn, but compensation in form of a, bishop, more active pieces. Now the bishop got traded, structure changed. White tries to attack the king, black tries to attack the king. So it's never, you can never relax, right?
No, it's not at all. Well, we do have a very interesting question in our chat, which we are receiving in a little bit delay. They will receive our answer a bit delay. So the question is, how loud is the room? I can see quite a few players walking around, and with the wooden chairs on this stone floor, I can imagine that this is not exactly quiet, right? So that's the question. I don't know if you have been in the playing venue when the action has been started, but I have been there quite some times, like almost every day to get my coffee, and I cannot really notice any noisy movements because of these reasons. So I think it's all right so far.
Once again, I'm not sure about this specific venue, but let's say from the experience, it's sort of okay, right? It's not like you have construction noise next to the playing room or something. Yeah, and after all, like everyone is in the same conditions.
Yeah.
Right? So it's probably comfortable enough, so nobody has complained just yet. And like on a personal level, it usually has something to do with your position. Like when you play a game, and if the game goes well for you and you fully concentrate, you don't notice anything. Mm-hmm. But then all of a sudden, you're not happy with the situation on the board, and you hear some guy like 10 boards away, he's unpacking a chocolate and so on, and everything all of a sudden so noisy, and your opponent is disturbing, and it's all because the position is not good.
I agree with it. I recently had a game where I got so big advantage of the move 10. I did not mind that my opponent had a big bag of nuts, and he was eating at the table without even leaving the table. It was so noisy and so annoying, actually, in like normal times. But I was just like, you know what? I have such a great position. Enjoy your meal. Eat how much you want. I don't mind. Then the game continued so long. Like, I don't know, 40 moves.
And you ran out of energy.
Yeah, I started to be annoyed with all these things, and I was like, oh my God, that's too much already.
Why did I let him eat? So now he's full of energy, right?
Yeah, that's one thing, and also, like, it is not okay when the opponent eats at the board, this kind of heavy things. It's just not nice, and you have all the right to tell a person to, just do it anywhere else. But the problem was that I was not telling him anything at the starting of the game. I was quite okay with that. And then how I could tell him after 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
And he had such a big bag of these nuts. It was so annoying.
That would never tell, would never finish, right?
Yeah, I had to beat him. I really had to beat him to stop this suffering. But about these conditions, it's I have not really heard anything here, any complaints here. But one thing that I know is that we do have this outdoor kitchen that some food has been prepared, something on the grill, and the organizers has been required from FIDE side to stop cooking outside because it was very close to the playing venue, and that is really destruction for players when you are getting hungry. That's why we don't have grilled fish anymore.
Yes, that's why dinners got
a bit boring. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, we are not really aware of the cases that noise is the problem here so far.
Okay, what's the problem here in? Oh, rather, no problem anymore because we don't see the position. I wanted to, yeah, talk once again about this King's Indian attack, but whatever. Yeah, here we are back. So before, remember, we agreed on black capturing this one, which she did, and then, to my surprise, black played rook 8. It's interesting. I mean, somehow, like to me, it seems like b4 is so automatic. Now black plays rook a8, and white is not playing b4. So queen b2, queen b6. Once again, black probably had a chance to once again play b4, but now it's different because the d4 pawn was hanging. Queen b6 and eventually b4. So once again, this bishop is quite stupid. The fact that the pawns exchanged there perhaps gives black a chance to get to c3 with the knight, right? So knight b6, a4, c3 in some distant future might happen. So that's kind of a chance for black. Bishop to b7, because what white does, he starts surrounding the d4
around
pawn.
d4
yeah,
pawn.
yeah. So f4, okay, fine. Knight to f3, knight to c6. Bishop h3, so now bishop finds its job from h3, pressing the e6 pawn. Bishop c8, knight h4. I actually thought, once again, maybe knight h4 is the good move. I mean, it's heading somewhere to like g6, f4. But I would be so tempted to play king g2, right? You know, just not to care at all about this x-ray. It's through black's pawn, so black cannot get rid of this pawn, but still, like, it feels wrong to have the king under the scope of enemy queen. So king g2 would be something that would check, but yeah, knight h4 apparently is not bad. And now white's thinking of the bishop d7.
I was also thinking of rook.
Yeah, rook e2, bishop e1, bishop f2, right?
Yeah, that's one thing. And another thing what white can do is to get rooks on f file and rook f7. And there was also some ideas of rook c1 and to sacrifice exchange to get d4 pawn. But now we now knight out of h4, and maybe it's not so precise sacrifice.
I think yeah, we probably go for the king side attacks. Now that you've mentioned that, yeah.
Rook f1, rook f7 is a serious threat here.
Get the rook on f1.
Well, after rook f1, there's bishop h6, right? The threat.
Yeah, perhaps.
King h6 is something that you have to calculate there.
Exactly what I was debating with myself, like how dangerous bishop h6, king h6. But maybe you just go rook f1, and indeed you're threatening rook f7. So for black, like if bishop remains on f8, you can't really meet rook f1 with rook f8, right? If you go bishop e7, then the knight goes to g6. After all, maybe this knight to h4 isn't a bad move at all.
No, knight g6, this square is perfect because it controls f8 square, so rooks cannot really challenge white's rooks on the
so
f5.
Moves 30. And this is what you love to see about King's Indian attack. I mean, these structures that move 30 and all the pieces are kept on the board, right? So only a pair of knights being exchanged as well as like a couple of pair of pawns, but very often in like 30 moves, you know, you'll get an endgame, like Yesipenko's game, like symmetrical structure and just a few pieces left. By the way, a result as high as board 5, Yana Schneider wins against Goltseva. Yeah, we were expecting this because the opening went terribly wrong and Goltseva was very low on time as well. So let's just check how this game finished. Rook d1, black perhaps never managed to castle, right? Bishop to c7, bishop f4 with the tempo, nice stuff. Knight f5, knight to e4, and rook d7 is threatening. You cannot castle because rook d7 and rook d8, bishop c7 again, and she decided that she can't do.
Wait, is there some kind of?
She really can't do anything because rook c8, rook d7, as was already announced. Rook d7 just wins, right? queen d7, knight f6
Knight
check,
f6.
and king d7. I'm not even sure what to
Bishop
prefer.
E5
I
at
mean,
least.
knight c5 wins, bishop e5, pretty much any bishop move wins.
Maybe rook d1.
Rook d1, yeah,
Wins in few
you
moves.
kind of get extra points for the culture. So last piece joins the attack, so maybe rook d1. But yeah, but that's of course painful to watch from Black's perspective. So she went king e7 and pretty much resigned after a couple of moves. Yeah, so unlucky opening experiment, or whatever you call it. Altogether 26 moves it took White to win. Right, all the rest still in progress. Just quickly check board 1 once again. Somehow White is bad, I'm guessing, right? Salimova, will she win another one? Just like that. bc4, knight e4, rook c1, f6, knight c6, rook d1. So it's important to trade the active rook.
What is his idea after rook d1, rook d1, knight f2?
I guess just go to d7 or something. The idea is to prove that this pawn runs very fast and White no longer cares about material that much. Or maybe rook d4, not even to d7, but to d4, so that the knight is not moving currently. So it will be about kind of joint forces of the knight, the rook, and the king supporting the passed pawn. I'm guessing. Yeah, maybe it's still not enough. I'm not saying like White's winning
rook e8,
immediately, right? I'm not saying that White's winning immediately, but yeah, let's say rook e8 and White goes king b3 and you take and one goes king b4. And it's clear that it's White who's pushing, right? The c pawn will run pretty fast. But maybe Black still has enough resources to make a draw, like sack the knight for the c pawn, grab one of the pawns on the queen side, the king side, pardon, might be enough for a draw. Black seemingly doesn't have any alternatives here, unless rook c3 still works, or it's so confusing. Rook c3, knight b4, right? Rook b8, rook a4, and then you take. Whoa, that's confusing. Very intense. I mean, a lot of variations to calculate. Rook d1, and yeah, and Black did play rook c3. So she decided not to trade, not to take on f2.
Yeah, she likes this active rook on the third rank. In fact, we just got the message from our broadcast team that the actual video, live video from the playing hall was played with the sound, so our viewers could hear what kind of sounds the players are having. So we're in between these times where we have delays, so probably they have already heard these noises.
Oh yeah. Yes, I'm back to the Open Tournament and the reminder that we have 13 players altogether. Or rather, we had before this round 13 players tied for the first. So far, on the top boards, we have only one result. It's a draw for Yesipenko and Horvat, or Horvat-Yesipenko on board 1.
Yesipenko is making another fast draw, right? Because he also drew yesterday. Yeah, he drew yesterday.
No, yesterday he won. He drew a day before. I think he drew a day before, then he won. Oh no! Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm getting confused. It's a third draw for him.
Yeah, it's so many games we have already seen.
Third draw. For
easy
him
to get confused.
Anyway, on board 2, Swana seems to be completely winning, at least according to the engine right now.
Right, and about also Yesipenko, I was thinking maybe he's losing a lot of rating because he's like highest rated player here. And in fact, he's winning some of, not much, but he's getting 1.1 so far with three draws. this today's result is not out there.
So king to b1, and like after king b1, black was still sort of okay, but then rook d8 apparently was some blunder. So check and knight to b5. Queen d7, knight d4, bishop goes, and white takes on d5, and black perhaps has no way of capturing back. Like if queen takes, I guess just knight e6 is good enough. And the rook's hanging, and what's even more annoying, can we do it somehow? Look.
Oh, the first board has been ended?
For girls?
For girls,
yeah, then it's a draw. Then they repeat
so
it.
they repeat it, all right
Yeah,
then.
so the top seeds made a draw against each other. They've repeated the position with rook d1 and rook c1. Yes, so Bedulaiva on a second board, if she wins somehow, she can be the sole leader of the 6 rounds. And I'm just going back to Svane's game, or rather one of my variations in this game. Yeah.
What's
so
going on?
Look, this is the current position. And he actually taken with the queen, because I presume if you take like this, rook f6 must be super annoying, right? I mean, if pawn takes, checkmate in 2. If king takes, I don't see it yet, but it must be there. Queen f4 at the very least, like queen f4 should
Or rook
be.
f1.
Rook f1, knight f3, I was...
Knight f3?
Not queen e5, sorry. That's a misclick. Anyway, queen d5, knight e6. It's such a... I mean, white's probably winning anyway. So why don't black play rook a8, please? Creating a threat of queen a2 and so on, because it's such a... I was hoping that this is going to work. It probably does, right? No.
Let's see the variations. Very
Check.
interesting.
But king goes here. I mean, that's the problem. I was still hoping that it goes to e8 and rook
Knight
e7
to 7 and
checkmate.
ruin the queen, yeah.
Check. But he takes the rook, right? What am I talking about? He takes the rook. So no need, perhaps, for this queen sacrifices. You go here, I just play some solid move, maybe. Who knows? And he actually does go rook a8.
Yeah, what else to do? So many pieces are already gone here.
Interestingly, queen a2 is a serious threat, right? If white somehow passes, h3, check, followed by check, force the king to d2, then knight f3. So white actually has to do something. Bishop a3, maybe just block the a file. And the bishop is not hanging, so you're threatening knight f4.
Knight to 7.
And in case of knight c4, I was hoping to find something. Queen c7, and then capture on g7. Yeah. Clearly, Naidov is not for me. I mean, I would lose this game with both colors. I mean, starting from this position, I would lose this game with both colors by simply blundering something. But yeah, but on the other hand, this is where the engine comes in handy. Yeah, bishop a3, by the way, was just played. This is where the engine comes in handy, because now I can fully trust. If it says white is completely winning, then it must have its point. So Swane will be one of the leaders if he wins. And let's check the other boards. Who's going to join him? Will it be Murzin or Kacharava? We don't know. Murzin's on less than 2 minutes after 18 moves. It's kind of a, you know,
1 minute.
new Grishuk in a way, right? Castles takes bishop h4, g3. No, check first and then g3. Okay. Now the engine says it's good for black. Apparently, after that, or oh no, this is good for white.
I would be scared of h-file in the bishop which controls g-file.
Yeah.
Maybe not
Yeah,
to take at all
probably,
and
probably
play
you don't
bishop
take,
g5.
bishop g5 immediately. Yes, of course, you're right. So do not open the h-file, especially with the king in the corner, right? And somehow, wait, but you need the tempo, in fact, because this is bad as well. It's like you take pawns, so on, but these two guys will probably win white again. I guess. Next move e6.
Let's check it out.
It's a crazy
After G3.
position. G3. No, black is still thinking. Look at the camera. Black is still thinking. Oh, or maybe he traded on G3 and then he's thinking. Yeah, don't see Murzin's H2 pawn. So apparently FG HG was played. Not only Murzin is down to 2 minutes, but his opponent, simply because not that many moves made, his opponent is also down to like 20. Still much more comfortable than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But, you know.
It's a huge difference.
Like, yeah, it's a huge difference. It's 10 times more, right? Or whatever, 6 times more, blah, blah. But if, let's say, I'll tell you in such a sharp position, you only have 20 moves, 20 minutes for 20 moves, it also seems to be like not enough. So he captured on G3, H3.
So what exactly happens after Queen G5 check?
I guess King B1, and then say bishop takes, right? Yeah, Queen takes, white simply captures on H4, so bishop takes, and then I need to find a clever move. So this motif is there, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so
we
not
have to somehow
immediately, yeah, not
make
immediately.
it work.
But you need to make it work. And also you have E5 ideas. So let's say we play Queen E2. Black, interestingly enough,
I was thinking about Bishop E5 move here.
Bishop E5, but isn't it exactly what we were looking for? Like Rook G1. Ah, no, you're still fine, like Queen F6. Yeah. So I'm super scared of Rook H7, but as long as you keep the queen there, you're okay. And imagine you have to play this with 2 minutes on the clock now. So now Charala will be...
Oh, another thing is,
Yeah.
how about Bishop G5 check?
Bishop G5 check.
King B1
still
and
King
F
B4.
takes C4.
F takes E4.
Well, if you take with the queen, you are very much appreciated because Bishop F5 wins the queen.
F5. Yeah, it does work. If knight takes, you can try Bishop F5 nevertheless, right?
You can try Bishop F5. Queen B6 is something that you can also consider.
Yeah, Queen B6 is also an option, even though here I'd be careful about Rook H7, Knight G5 with a check, and you know, like
maybe that's too much to risk.
It opens the king, and then White eventually plays Queen D2, stops this. Who knows? No, I mean, it's so rich with tactics that it's really hard. We can suggest moves, but it's players' responsibility to think, right?
It is, yeah. 2
I
minutes.
still feel, if not for this factor that 2 minutes only for Murzin, I would feel that White is getting somewhere. So White is better. White is, but yeah, but this can change everything. The fact that he only has 2 minutes, this literally can change everything. So far we couldn't find anything.
I barely see this game going up to 40 moves. It might end right before it.
Yeah. But anyway, right, so we have drawn first boards, one winning on the second. This one can go anybody's way. On board 4, black is somewhat better, I would guess, but perhaps kind of with accurate play, white should be able to hold the draw at least. Well, still not that easy, right? Some b4.
It's a bit unpleasant because
It
black can
is.
create this pass pawn. Everything is happening
It
on the
is.
queen side, and that's the black side here.
Yeah, like 4 versus 3 on the king side, you can hardly prove that it's
Yeah. How about here?
any
Maybe
one.
c takes b, a takes b, and rook to c1.
Yeah, that's what you probably have to do, like exchange on b5, in fact, even though it looks like you're creating black passed pawn, but at least, not two connected passed pawns, because b4 was quite an option, right?
Rook
So you
c1.
go here. Let's not invent anything. Let's just go c4. And then you block it somehow. Yeah, queen c3, queen b4, maybe looking for a4. Could you play a4 immediately is the big question.
Yeah, that was my original plan to go here because if you push b4, then I'm on time to get the pawn and get the rook on the first rank.
Oops, sorry, forgetting to take the queen. Yeah, b3, rook goes, and
Yeah, that's okay.
just a draw.
But maybe black can take the pawn on a4.
Wait a sec, queen c2, rook b8, yeah. So takes over here, rook c1. By the way, black might consider rook c8
yeah.
just not to allow this, but yeah, let's say c4, a4, pawn takes, but then queen takes, right?
And in this case, we can trade the queens
you
and go
mean-
to this endgame with
No,
rook
but
on
I
the
shouldn't be even considering this one. I take a4, obviously.
Yeah.
I take a4, and this should be holdable. This should be holdable.
Now, after
Yeah,
c3,
like c3.
maybe queen a3 just to chase the pawn.
Queen a3, and then what? Queen a2 to force it to force the rook to go to c8, and then attack it all the time, right? So that
Yeah.
black cannot. Wait, black will go queen d6. You
Actually, I
cannot
have
take
lost
and
game like this. It's not so safe.
even this one is
Yeah.
tricky. I mean, come on. It's either we are getting tired and all the lines that we are trying to suggest for the players, they simply do not work, or let's blame them. They're
It's
playing too
very
complex
not-
position.
Yes, not
They
clear
play-
position, so it's their fault. Shall we go to the game of on the board 8, where we have Nesterov against Bornell? This is something tempting to see.
Oh. Nesterov, by the way, he's the second seed, right? But he is not in the leading group. He's somewhat behind. And today it looks like another draw for him, no? It was quite a sharp game where white was attacking on the king side, but somehow did not manage to squeeze anything more than a draw. Bishop b4, traded the queens, bishop h7, king h8, bishop b1. I don't know why on b1. Because it doesn't matter, because it's a perpetual check, yeah? Perhaps you can't really... Yeah, it looks like, yeah, the king is almost checkmated, but in
You
fact
need
it's
white's rook to be on
very
h-file.
hard. Yeah, it's very hard to create a threat.
And if you
Yeah,
really
like
give some time,
if you do it slowly, right?
Yeah.
You go here. Okay, let's figure out one thing. So if if black is careless, if he takes or whatever, then after rook h1 he's lost, right?
that's right.
After rook h1
It's
he's
checkmate.
lost, so he has to. No, even this one is not true. So you probably give a check first. So this is how it works. You give a check first, and specifically, why I thought it's probably.
The game on the second
like
board has
check
been ended,
here
and
here.
Fredrik Svane is the first participant who takes the
Yeah,
lead.
yeah, we were expecting this, but let's show how it ended. Knight to c4 allowed not only queen c7, it turns out, but also a check on g6 and queen f6. Yeah, completely destroying his opponent with very good opening preparation, and then when it came to tactics, he was precise till the very end. So
That's right.
overall, looks like a very nice game. Well played.
And he saved some of the time and spent at the moment when he needed. And this game, in fact, ended before 40 moves increment. All right. We have still third rounds in progress. And let's see, move 21.
Board 21, you mean?
No. This is third board.
Third board, let's see, move 21, which was what? Queen to... Wait a sec. So check, king goes here, bishop g3, queen g1. And that's is not approved by the engine. The engine doesn't like queen g1 for whatever reason. Queen g1, among other things, perhaps aims at a7 pawn, which is not the first thing you would think about in this position. Like you're gonna have other stuff to do. Black.
But as black plays here, bishop d7, maybe this kind of calls and invites queen a7 move, as bishop will be hanging.
But wait a sec. But don't I have e5 here? Like, was the better move for black? I'm so confused, to be honest, because now maybe it's still playable. It's just like optically it looks, yeah, you have two connected passed pawns. Now white plays e6 and starts winning material. But yeah, maybe I'm definitely missing something. Yeah, so it's after e5, who knows, rook b4. It was also here that instead of bishop d7, black apparently had something that the engine would prefer.
Oh, 40 seconds on the clock. Time is ticking.
Yeah, it's, I believe not what he envisioned when he played this opening. The idea was to surprise the opponent, not to get confused himself. So after bishop d7, he does indeed take on a7, it seems. Now let us wait a few seconds, because those moves are coming with a delay, I believe. Did he? Yeah, he did play a move, and I guess queen a7. It felt like from a camera view something longish. Yeah, queen takes a7. So the bishop's hanging, but at the same time, no longer it is a pin on the g file. So maybe black can try to use this time. Queen f6, attacking c3. Who knows? Bishop e5, attacking c3.
Possible.
I feel like if you really start defending the d7 bishop, it probably will be game over, right? So sharp still. Move 22. Yeah,
we have to keep the eye on this one. Also, black is now down to 13 minutes, and the position is so double-edged here. No one knows what's going on here. Even the engine is a bit confused, I guess.
Nesterov, meanwhile, made the draw, so yeah. Frederick Svane is the sole leader for now, first to win the game out of the leading group, but he most definitely will be joined by some people. I don't think like all the other games can't simply
That's
can't
right,
finish in a
but
draw.
what we know for sure, he's joining us at the commentary room and he will
really?
give us the interview. So let's take a very short break and welcome our guest in the studio. Welcome everyone. Here we are back in the studio with a guest, one of the participants who is now the sole leader out of the group of the leaders. So we have Fredrik Svane here in the studio who won the game, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Would you be kind and show us some of the moves from today's game and tell us if this opening was a surprise for you?
No, he generally plays the knight off, so I thought he would also go in this game for this. I don't know, I just wanted to take some time off his clock. But
And
this
how
move
many,
order, but
how many minutes that did this knight e2 took from the clock?
1 minute, so not much. But
Okay.
yeah, okay. So it was all preparation basically until this is pretty mainline, or not mainline, but it's pretty known, I think.
Right.
But I think bishop c4 is the first, like, it's not the main move, but I think it's very dangerous for black. So yeah, this was all preparation. He could also have played rook c8, or but he chose, this looks very natural, and without being prepared, this is probably the human way.
Yeah, it's so tricky. What was your decision to bring this bishop c4, bishop a2? Why this bishop is like better or more dangerous here for black?
Yeah, I think at some point a5, b4, and then rook a1 will come. So it's the bishop is just generally better placed, particularly here. It's just to prevent rook a1. Like in the game, he also played b4, but then my bishop was just protecting that.
Right.
Yeah, so it's still preparation, basically.
Actually the time now on the clock, we can see 1 hour and 31 minutes. So you wanted to show your opponent that you were prepared, and you...
Yeah, I just didn't really care, actually. So he just had to find his moves, and I don't think it makes a big difference if he knows that I'm prepared or not.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think this is really dangerous, this position. Like e6 is weak, and I'm also just a pawn up for now, and his king is weak, so he probably has to play very, very direct. But I don't know really what the move here is for black here. My preparation actually ended. So it's just a very, very difficult position for black, I think, especially for a human.
Right.
Yeah, he played very human, I would say, to try to get some counterplay. But I think this is probably the critical moment here. I don't know, I thought about knight d7 or knight c4.
I have a question here, if we can go just to move back. What happens after if black decides to capture the bishop on a2? Shall we show that? Maybe you could do
Okay, two.
takes, knight takes.
I didn't even consider this.
Knight to d3.
Wow, I just blundered this.
Yeah, we were looking at this.
Yeah, I knew this position still after rook b4. Even rook b6, I thought I remembered. So I really didn't consider this too deeply. But probably just king b1, I guess. And then knight takes b4. Looks pretty good for white, I think. Like, I'm still just 2 pawns up, actually, so yeah, I'm just a pawn up, basically. At some point, black will take on f7, but still I'm a pawn up, so
right.
Just a good position for white.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so he played very, direct, and probably he has to like play knight d7 or knight c4. I wasn't really sure. This is actually really complicated, I think. This is probably losing, I thought, but it's very complicated, like I thought. I'm not sure, maybe it takes first on d5, but also this one, and then there's like some weird moves here, and rook h1. So that's why I wanted to take here, because rook h2 will come. So I wanted to take, and it's losing.
No, this engine bar sometimes
Yeah, it's losing actually.
Sometimes goes a bit dramatic.
Yeah, okay. This is losing somehow.
Bishop d5, knight
Bishop
d5.
d5, I was considering this. Knight d5.
Oh, there's a queen f4 probably.
Yeah,
can check.
yeah, but then I have king b1. Like bishop
Knight
d5,
d2.
knight d5. Ah, and then rook a2. That I saw that actually. That's why I wanted to take on c4, but actually it's not that good. So probably I have to take on c6 and take on d5 and go for this endgame. Yeah, but probably had to try this. Or knight d7 is probably pretty similar because my rook is kind of trapped on b6. Then I would also take on c6 and go
What
for
was
this
the
endgame.
idea of you when you brought this rook on b6? Because it's like kind of stuck. Do you wanted to take the bishop on c6 or?
Yeah, in this position, for example, it's I can take on c6, and if I go like rook b3 looks just awkward. Like, I don't know. The rook is just like, all my pieces are very cramped. So, and after rook d4, he has always some bishop c5, queen a5. Like, it's just placed the best on b6 right now, I think. Yeah. Exactly. I'm not sure. It looked like a mistake, d4, but I think it's very difficult to play for back.
Right.
Like, probably here he has to play bishop f6, I thought. Rook h7 is just losing a tempo. Like, bishop f6, and it's very unclear. I thought queen g3 to pin, but now in the game I got bishop d4 for free, basically, and he had his rook on h7. So I think he has to try this, and I'm not it's very complicated. I don't know what's going on, actually. Yeah, so rook h7 was probably the blunder, and I think from here on I played pretty good. I don't know. Bishop d4. Like, now he can't move his knight because of bishop g7. I thought maybe he was trying bishop d5. I missed something here in the line. I thought queen g3. Bishop f6, knight d5, ed, king b1, rook a2, king a2, queen c4, king b1. Or it's important that I have in this position rook f6, otherwise I'm not winning. But rook f6 is just crushing. So that was pretty important. And I didn't see that in the beginning.
Yeah, it's so many moves here up to here.
Yeah, it's very complicated. Yeah, so also here, I think he has to play bishop d5 and just play this position. Okay, apparently it's very bad, but yeah. I thought bishop d5 was the best, at least in the game. Rook h5. Yeah, now I'm just a pawn up, I thought. And his king is very weak. And it's very difficult to play. Like, this pin is really annoying. And I will just bring my rook to d1 at some point. And e4, I can take e4 at some point as well. So I think it's probably already, like, for a human losing.
Very hard to play, right?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, rook d8 is just a blunder, but I didn't even see a move here for black. Like, he can't take on f7, I think. Like, this looks suicidal, like bishop e5 or something. He can't move his queen anywhere, basically.
And rook c6 is a threat now, right? You want to take this bishop?
Not yet. Rook h5 is protecting
yeah.
e5. That's why he played rook h5. But okay, he has no real move. Like, I didn't see. I thought maybe rook g5, but then queen h3, rook g1, bishop g1, and e6 is weak. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I didn't see a move for black here.
Difficult to play here in this position.
Yeah, rook d8 is obviously a blunder because of knight b5, but okay, I don't see a move for black here. Yeah, okay, now I have this very nice little trick. Like, after bishop b5, I can simply take, and I'm threatening rook f6 always. And also rook c6 and so on. So this is completely losing. Yeah, so he has to play, I think. the rest was pretty clean.
Right.
Yeah.
At this point, you probably already were sure that it's winning, and you just need to make
Yeah,
sure
I
that
was
you're
kind
not
of
doing.
panicking when I saw rook a8. I thought
Yeah.
rook g8 and then knight f4, and it's
All right.
like thought this and knight f4, and I'm just winning an exchange, like rook b7 check, and I pick up the rook. But it's kind of still tricky somehow. But okay, bishop a3 is just stopping his attack, and yeah, he can basically resign here.
Right.
Yeah.
And the queen f6.
Yeah, I'm just winning a piece.
Oh, there was a tough, intense game indeed. But
Yeah.
this is not the only tense game you had. So we were amazed by the technique you had against Abdullah Bali.
Yeah,
this endgame.
that was so unfortunate. Like basically, I played a perfect game after the
Yes.
opening, and then I'm on 1 minute and
Yeah.
blunder so badly. Like it's the only move that's a draw basically. So
We saw your emotions on camera. It was really heartbreaking to see
Yeah.
that. So, and I think you realized.
yeah,
before
I
he
realized it.
realized
I
it, right?
realized it immediately. Like
Yeah.
I just thought every move is winning. So I don't know why I played rook a4, but yeah.
It just happens, right? Sometimes.
Yeah. 1 in 100 games or something.
Were
Unfortunately.
you like still tense that you wanted to, like you were calculating moves, or maybe you were a bit relaxed, or what was the reason?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably I was already relaxing because it was like really complicated. This, rook trap idea was really important, and and then I thought I just played really brilliantly, and then I
Yeah.
was just maybe too overconfident or something. Yeah.
Okay. And what about yesterday? Yesterday was also a very interesting game against Nicolas Kacherava.
Yeah, I was also completely winning actually in that game, but then I blundered and moved 37 or something in side note. So, yeah, just unfortunate that I didn't win, but okay, it happens when you are low on time.
Yeah, indeed. So now what's like tomorrow we do have a rest day here.
Yeah.
So it's good to go into the rest day and then come back in the tournament with as a leader, of course. So do you have anything planned for tomorrow?
Yeah, probably we're going to the beach with the German Federation, the other players. Yeah, I don't know, and just relax, I think.
Okay, that's awesome. And last question, everybody was curious about, is the favorite brother of Rasmus? So tell us a little bit about your, like how you both started to play chess. Was your brother actually the person why you started to play chess? Or?
Yeah, I saw how he was trained by his trainer and then by his coach, and then I just like to see the game and to play the game later on, and then I started to play chess.
Okay, and who wins? You or him?
Last time I won against him in the German Masters, but
really in a real competition?
Yeah,
I thought like the training matches, but in real competition.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
But
awesome.
okay, he is still slightly better than me, I think.
Okay. So thanks very much for coming here, and
thank you.
we hope that you come back here again in the last rounds, and I'm sure our audience is happy to meet you and to see some insights of these games, because last 3 games were amazing, the way you played, and today finally it paid off and you won. But also these last 2 games were nicely done.
Yeah.
So, and do you really actually think that this draw that you made 2 days ago affected yesterday's game, or not really much, and you forgot it already?
Not really. I think I forgot it. Like I played really well, I think, also yesterday. So, no, not really.
Okay.
But of course, I was really disappointed when I drew the game.
Yeah. We saw this on the camera. So thank you once again very much. This was Fredrik Svan who won the game, a very important game, and he goes into the rest game as a leader so far, sole leader. So we're gonna see the rest of the updates. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes.
We have here Donna Schneider from Germany. How is the tournament going for you so far? Well, very well, I think. I mean, I lost in the fourth round, a game that I was really upset about. But okay, I mean, my opponent played better than me, it happens. But now I played I won 2 games in a row, and I think they were both very convincing. So I'm happy.
Okay, your game was today very short, like 26 moves. So, what's in your opinion the key moment of this game?
Yeah, I mean, she played a very rare line, but I was prepared for it because she played it previously, and I don't think it's a very good line. Also, I mean, her move G5, I think it's too risky. And okay, I mean, she wanted to do something active and totally understandable, but she was so long on time and she just couldn't defend the position.
Okay, how do you like Sardinia? Are you here for the first time in your life, or?
Yeah, I'm here for the first time. I really like it. I like the mountains and the sea, and it's really warm. I mean, there was one rainy day, but apart from that, it was really great. I haven't been that much to the beach. I want to do it tomorrow, the rest day.
So, despite the fact you're going to beach, do you have some other plans for the rest day off?
No, not yet. Just feel like relaxing and taking a break from chess. Probably maybe a little bit of preparing, but yeah, probably I'll spend the day with the other German players and our coach, and we'll spend the day at the beach and relaxing.
Okay, thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you.
And here we are at the World Junior Chess Championship 2022, and we had the interview with one of the leaders. Meanwhile, another very important game just ended, and you guys saw that on the video, but we're going to take you through the moves to see how it happened.
This sharp game between Volodar Murzin and Nikolozij Kaczarava ended with black emerging victorious. Is that right? Because I don't see. Yeah, obviously,
Yeah, black one.
you can see the pieces arranged and players left, but I still didn't get the final move. So it was very sharp game. It was really hard to tell what was going on. Yeah, this Queen G1 back apparently is not ideal, and somehow black managed to trick his opponent. Yeah, okay, Murzin kept moving Queen G1 to A7 and back.
Yeah,
Queen
that
F7,
maybe just to get
Queen
more
E4,
time on the clock.
and then Rook D7, and this queen all of a sudden was trapped. Bishop E6, F2, wow. You guys, takes on G4, takes the queen, goes here, and it tends to be too much. Yeah, too much material. All right.
Yeah, there was very complicated game starting from the beginning, and if Murzin had a bit of more time.
Yeah, at some point he was better for sure, right? It's just that this time trouble which caused him to make mistakes and eventually lose. Interesting situation right now. So two leaders, but they've already played each other, I guess.
Yeah, they have played yesterday. They made draw, so they will not play next round against each other.
We are looking who will be their opponents.
But so we have to shout out to the play of Kaczarava. He really played nicely today, and what is really impressive, he's not very confused in the difficult situations. All the games we have seen so far of him, it's very complicated, and somehow he is successful to get through to it and face those kind of difficult games.
All right, so this one is apparently a draw on board 4. Francesco Sonis and Gadim Bailey. So not joining players at the very top. Board 5, Samunienkov is wars still against Batsuren. Also quite low on the clock, both players, but it's move 36. It's an endgame, so, well, this game will probably go on after they reach the time control. Put 6, Adam Kozak is winning. It looks like, yeah, he's winning.
Yeah, that.
So e6 pawn survived, and white, interestingly, has gotten another passed pawn on g5. Now materials equal, but yeah, black's task of defending this one seems mission impossible, right?
That
Yeah,
seems
e7 is hanging.
like that.
After queen e7, you probably just play king f3, block the pawns, and black is left with no counterplay whatsoever, and you can prepare like queen d5, rook e4, take the pawn on f4, or open more files with like moving the a pawn forward. So all in all, black seems to be doomed in this case. Queen e4, black is thinking, but it's really hard to see him saving this one. So this potentially a third leader, Adam Kozak, and on board number 7 we also have Turkish FIDE master, who, in case he wins, he's not winning though, but at some point he could have won, or rather could have grabbed the initiative, and if in this case he would be also
Joint
with,
leader,
yeah,
yes.
with 5 out of 6, yeah.
So what's the situation right now? AB has been played.
So that was the position, b3, a b3, so black has a passed pawn, but the knight is kind of stuck a little bit, right? I mean, if you play, well, so he's looking at the possibility of playing a3 or what, or taking with the rook. No, pawn takes, of course, yeah. Pawn takes. And white has to be just a tiny bit careful, but I guess, yeah, like even like rook b1, knight c4, bishop c3 should be good enough. Yeah. King d3 next. It's a little bit disturbing, this pawn on b3, but no major issues. And at the same time, imagine white somehow surrounds and wins this pawn, but he will have to trade the rooks, and 4 versus 3, I don't think you really win with. 4 and the bishop against 3 and the knight should be a draw. All right, then a couple of draws on boards 8 and 9, and that's pretty much it for a leading group. So what do we do, Keti?
We can go to the girls section,
yeah,
check
yeah.
it out.
Let's
what happened
check
there.
what happens in time troubles over there. So for board 1 is a draw. Board 2, white is completely winning. I mean, it's been some stuff happening. Oh no, wait. White was exchange up, right? Then let's see. Black managed to get what she apparently was hoping to get, the knight on d5. But yeah, but there is no real counterplay, and somehow white is making progress.
It's still mysterious for me why black decided to capture the bishop on d3 in this
Yeah,
position.
so knight takes, pawn takes, queen, so rook captures, queen g5, the knight is hanging, and queen d8 is a big threat. So check over here, and I'm not sure what black is trying to achieve. Just queen b5. Yeah, it's actually clever.
Well, if you take with the queen,
It's
right?
actually clever because it's a check and queen a5, and
Yeah.
at the very end the queen protects the
That's
a.
right. Yeah, but here can king go to the
King
g1?
goes here. Yeah, I thought that the knight on e2 is still trapped, so you can go king h2. In fact, you are still threatening a checkmate, and yeah, that'll be it, because how does
Queen
black stop it?
d7.
Yeah, like queen d7, and then I guess h6 just wins, right? Because if you take, it's check from b4 followed by queen
Checkmate,
g8
yeah.
checkmate. Yeah, and I think white eventually found out that this is winning, so she decided not to capture the knight. In which case, perhaps white would still keep the advantage, but you know, it's better to win immediately, right? Well, not so fast, not so easy, because queen b1 is an option, it turns out. After this move, knight f1, I
King
guess.
h3 has to be
King
played.
h3, and then a check from f5, perhaps not to
Is
resign
lost,
immediately to trade the queens, but then it's dead, lost.
And g4.
g3 and king g2, or g4 and king g2 wins the game on a spot. The knight will be trapped. Right, so white's winning. And that means that none of the players who were on 4.5 points, who were tied for the first, so none of those players win. Because, yeah, first board, we know it's a draw.
It's a draw, yes.
And on the second board, they do Laiva, the leader, she has the black pieces, so she's about to lose. So that means 5 out of 6 will be the result for the leaders in the girls section as well. So let's quickly check board 3, board 4.
Let's go board
Yeah.
4 first, because something
four
is
first,
going on right
okay.
there. Look at this.
Okay, so that's what this king is.
Rook f2 was the
neither-
final move. Actually, black just captured the
rook,
rook,
yeah,
yes.
rook f2. Well, white has to play rook f2, right? And then now I was thinking black kind of wins immediately, not really. At g5 maybe. Maybe that's the point. Like you go g5 and this is hanging, and then after g3 you just take the pawn on h3. After king e2 you can trade, I guess. That's an interesting question.
Actually, can we try with h4 first?
For black.
Yes, h4 in here.
Yeah, but then, I mean, somehow the queen is getting stuck on h2, like king e2. King
Yeah,
e2
and I was thinking g4, g5 in here.
g5 now, so that I cannot take.
So you can take because rook e5 is the move that wins with the
G5,
queen.
But there is g4, right?
Oh no.
And now it starts to be messy. Or
Starts to
probably
look
it's not
very
messy
bad.
anymore, right? Because the queen's attacked and so is the rook.
So rook is on f2.
Rook f2, rook
already.
f2 played. Both players. No, but let's move 41. Well, actually, we shouldn't be looking at this game at all until the next time drop.
We can go on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make sure that kind of everyone survives through the time trouble. So board 3, it's, yeah, let me update. It's move 41. They also reached move 41. Here, black seems to be winning, at least according to an engine. But for this, I think he has to find a move, which is g5, I'm guessing, right? Maybe g6, also good, yeah? g6, and then you just take on f5. g5, though, looks very attractive. g5, and you get a pair of passed pawns, because white can't really take en passant, because a check on the c file, rook c7, rook f1, or rook c6, and rook f1. So I guess both g6 or g5 are good enough.
Yeah, unfortunately for white, the pawn on f5 is pinned, and you just
Yeah,
need
you
to
can't really take.
go and take it.
But yeah, one more time. Those two made it to the time control as well as in board 4. Board 2 is also has passed time control mark. So check king h2, knight f1, king h3, queen d3 check. g3 and queen d4 is what black has played. So now black doesn't have any checks. That means bishop b4 wins, right?
Bishop b4,
Bishop
you cannot
b4,
really take
you
this
cannot
bishop.
take, it's a checkmate in 1, you cannot go to e8, so
have to
that's
go
the only
king
move,
here.
and then it's h6, once again, a threat of checkmate in 1, no checks.
Why we're not starting with h6 right away?
Then they will be able to take the bishop.
Okay,
So if we
makes sense.
start with h6, yeah, I also thought like maybe we just force matters, but then there is g7 square, so bishop b4 will be a terrible blunder. After queen b4, we'll have to go for the perpetual check. We probably win though by simply going h6 now, taking on h6. You know, attack continues. The knight is out of play, so on and so on. But yeah, but bishop b4 followed by h6 seems to win just outright. Yeah, h6 threatening checkmate, g6, queen
Queen
f6,
f6 and checkmate
this is
out
it.
there.
This is it. Okay, then both 5 we've already seen. Schneider winning against Goltseva, Shchebenshikova against Wiryet. What's here? Here it says white lost on time, which cannot be right. Cannot be right. I think they just reached move 40 and white is thinking, and the clock situation will update as soon as white makes the first move, 41st move. And on boot 7 there's some endgame which can last forever as well. But it seems that everybody has passed the time control, right? Or
Seems
maybe
like it's
there
time.
is, yeah.
That everyone got some extra minutes on the clock.
Then a lot of decisive results. Boot foot 13 is still in progress and kind of full of pieces, and also move 41, and therefore like the clock's not updating. Right. So in the leading group we still have like boots 2, 3, 4 in progress, but it seems like all of them decided. So here white wins if she finds bishop b4. Here black wins if she finds g6 or g5. Maybe there are some other ways, but g5 to my taste seems the most convincing. It just push pawns. And on board 4, yeah, black just played g5, and it also looks very, very nice. Might not be winning outright, but it's clear that it's black who's pushing. So after queen e2, you can take like this. This is the way, right? Or not? Maybe not.
Actually, why not? Because you cannot really go anywhere with the queen, because e5 pawn is hanging. And even after this, can we just take
Yeah,
and
you
play
take
f3?
and play f3. So I'm wondering why it is, why it gives this position evaluation as acceptable for white. Could it be some crazy moves
G4
like
probably.
g4? It's hard to believe, to be honest. g4, really? Nah, it loses to something.
F takes g.
F takes g. No,
Rook
wait a
takes.
second. I take it.
And g takes h.
Queen g3 check.
Oh, no.
This doesn't really work. Now, interestingly, it might be some f3 stuff. Yeah? And then, no, again, I'm blundering something. f3. F3, you go king d2. Oh, chess is a tricky game. Chess is a very, very hard game to play and even to analyze.
On the board
it's the
2,
second
the
board,
game
right?
has been ended, and white found the bishop b4 and h6 move.
Yeah, bishop b4, king g8, h6. It's a nice way to finish this game off. And Priyanka Nutaki seems to be joining the leaders, right? Because, yeah,
That's
board
right.
1 is a draw. She was on 4 out of 5, so now 5 out of 6. That's okay. And let's check back to the open section to see how many games passed the time control there. So we have Svani winning, we have Murzin who has lost. Both 4, it's a rook endgame, which will be played forever, I presume, even though it is a dead draw. But people do like to fight, yeah, in this tournament. Well, somewhat.
It's surprising that they're not really saving their energy, right?
But tomorrow's the free day, right? So
Still, you
maybe.
know, you can have extra time for relax.
Yeah, but you know, when you're under 20, perhaps you don't
You have
think
a
in
lot of
such
energy.
categories like what's saving energy, what is this? Yeah, energy is always there.
And also the thing is that in some cases, for instance, we had earlier this rook end game, probably one of the side and white had some
Yeah,
more
maybe white
winning
had advantage
position,
at some
and that's
point and
hardest to
can't
to
really-
admit that you'd miss the chances and you have to accept the draw.
Yeah, all right. And I think Igor Samonenkov got confused somewhere in, in a time trouble, and now he is losing, I'm afraid. So rook goes here, knight c6, e3, king b8, and simply blundered on b7. King c7, rook to b1, and yeah, an extra pawn. Also, knight c5 is a huge threat. It's very hard to see black saving this one. Yeah, somehow, straight from the opening, something went terribly wrong. So he got this unpleasant, really unpleasant endgame. And, one of those that computers are probably holding, but like playing in a practical game is really tough. So that's about it, right? And on board 7, oh well, black actually is better according to machine. Not much better. I assume, to be honest, that taking on b2 should lead to a draw. I mean, taking with the rook and playing exchange, but the pawn, like exchange down for a pawn. But you are not in a hurry to do this, right? So you can first, I don't know, improve, if black allows, like get the pawn to h5, maybe trade one more pair of pawns via e5, and only then, like.
And also, if you don't really take this pawn, what black
what
is really
black
threatening.
wants, I mean, somehow get the king here, then maybe rook b7. Maybe you're still not threatening anything, but yeah, you're absolutely right, in fact. Yeah, it's that white is kind of paralyzed on the other hand. Maybe the rook is the rook movable?
Movable.
Yeah, probably it is. Yeah.
Well, if rook is d1 is impossible.
Yeah, not to d1 because of
knight
knight c3, but yeah, you can put it somewhere like this. So you're never in Zugzwang, and also you have like quite a few useful moves with, say, pushing the h-pawn and so on. So yeah, that's.
I can suggest the pawn endgame International Master Dav Tian Arthur and FIDE Master Mladek Richard. That's very interesting and can be constructive for our viewers.
See, yeah, I can see both 16. So some king and pawn endgame, where white, according to the machine, is winning. But that's, yeah, I mean, this is just terrible. Because machine is very good at calculating such. Wait a second. It was equal. It was equal, and then all of a sudden black decided to go h5, and then after king f2, king e7. Wait a second. What's this? I think I get it. So king goes to g3. And white is going to take this pawn. That's what I thought. All of a sudden drops evaluation significantly. But how then white is... maybe just go to the center, right? King e3, king... I don't know. I mean, I don't trust this engine any longer. Stop. I mean, can someone make it disappear? So. No. Okay, I can tell you what I was thinking. After king e7, I thought... If white runs over here, black has to meet white king.
Yeah.
King f7, let's say. And then I thought this should be winning. King h4, g6, not to lose the pawn, right? Takes, and g4.
This is winning after g4, because you have side pawn, h-pawn.
Yeah.
King takes
King
now?
takes, and then this will be exchanged for this.
Yeah.
And the moment, say, black takes the h-pawn, white takes the f-pawn, white king is much closer to the remaining pawns. And this is a perfect illustration why it's good to have a side passed pawn, right? The further it is from the other pawn islands, the better. But is it the only available line for black? So after king f2, it's already played. Sorry, let me update. Yes, king f2, no, he didn't play it yet. King f2, king e7. So king g3. Let me try other thing. Is black ever on time like this? No, never, right? Just go here, or maybe he is, b5, I'll take a5.
H
Can he be?
4, king f6. I think king f6 makes more sense because
King
you have
f6, the king
f8
is
square on
yeah,
check.
Here, here, here. Yeah, we promote with a check, so that's that lost. So according to this engine, h5, which happens to be move number 40.
No,
yeah,
h5
yeah.
is moving, is losing.
Yeah, so they've traded. And it turns out black doesn't have weaknesses on the king
Why not
side.
king
so,
e7 first?
So for some reason he decided to go h5. Maybe, you
Actually,
know.
black was thinking that he was better here. Very likely because this pawn c and a pawn are not connected.
But still,
but why
you
not
start,
king
you
e7?
start with, you start with moving your king there.
Oh no.
Yeah, so that's really unlucky. That's really unlucky. Yeah, quite a few games still in progress, right? Quite a few games still in progress. Okay, we do get results. Draw on board 4. Samonenkov still playing. Kozak has won. On move 40, so black was patiently waiting, and then, like closer to the time trouble, he decided to go for like all-in attack of some sort, check g8, and I don't know, maybe black's flag fell, but also the position is completely.
You can just take the
completely
pawn on
dead,
d5,
right?
on e7,
You
then
can-
d5.
You can do, yeah, you can do
Can
stuff.
do whatever,
You can
like
do
anything
stuff,
wins.
yeah.
I think a3 also wins.
You can take. Yeah, it is just winning. All right, so out of top 10 boards, 2 games are in progress currently. Samonenkov is going down, regrettably. Rook b7 is a threat, right? You can't even... Oh, wait a sec. Can you take d4? Oh, it doesn't help you. White, if anything, can simply trade and then capture the pawn, right? Or give a check, king d6 and capture the pawn.
Knight e6
Maybe.
then wins, right?
Maybe, yeah, maybe something like that. And you're waiting for knight c6 to go,
Come and
to
then
go rook
checkmate.
d7. Yeah. And rook d7 is a threat nevertheless. Yeah, that's completely dead. So Igor perhaps going to lose. And then on board 7, it's this position where we agreed that most likely outcome is a draw. So these are top. No, wait a sec. Evich on board 10. That's a game that somehow escaped our attention. That could be very, very instructive. Opposite colored bishops ending with the rook, with rooks. Black perhaps has to have no problem winning. Usually it's very hard because, you know, the bishop is so bad, the light square bishop, right? So there is a target on f2, and black actually, perhaps after some calculation, just goes straight up for it. So g5, f4, f3. Decided to move. I would probably still try
But
to, you know.
You can. I think you should bring the king e7.
Yeah,
King d7 somewhere there.
That's what I was thinking. Like that's one route.
Or
then
you can bring king f6,
ideally
king
maybe to
d4.
e5 and go through to d4. But on the other hand, you know, it's modern chess of modern school of approaching chess. Like if it wins immediately, just calculate and win. That's what they do. So maybe g5, f4, maybe it just does work. With players, you know, reaching time control and getting those increment minutes, I guess some of the games might last for quite a while, right? We've forgotten to check Zhu Jing'er game, and she made a draw today. Okay. So she lost yesterday, today she makes a draw.
That's right.
Somewhat pushed back, right?
Actually, like a lot of games has been already finished so far, and this is one of the few days when games are finished before the increment. Also, some of the leaderboard were ended before time control
Yeah,
reached 40.
Yesipenko finished before the time control.
Yeah.
That's already a huge achievement. That promises a short round.
That is
Yeah,
right.
but very impressive. I mean, Svane's victory, very impressive. And also the fight between Murzin and Kacharava really was a very exciting game. Perhaps with a lot of mistakes, but that's what makes chess interesting. That clash of ideas and, yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
the game was so difficult. Like you
Yeah.
can lose the game 10 times in that kind of position.
Yeah, it's very good that you're touching on this subject, that kind of people who, once again, it probably comes more of an online chess culture, but when people compare the so-called accuracy of play with an engine, right, they rarely take into account how, I mean, the difficulty of the position. For the engine, it's all the same, right? It calculates and it produces you the result. But compare something like very technical, some endgame where perhaps on a good day I can play nearly perfect, okay, not perfect, but nearly perfect, and some game like this, like Murzin and Kacharava had.
Yeah.
Of course, the engine would probably play better for both sides, but go try to play better yourself, right? So these are very hard positions.
Not easy. And we are now going to take a break
See.
as some of the moves that we are receiving just too slow, and we need players to reach another time trouble to receive the moves or just receive the moves. So guys, we're taking
Yeah,
a break
Keti needs
now.
to rest a little bit, right?
Yeah,
You
only
were handling.
Keti
No, no,
needs
no, no.
to-
Seriously, you were handling the interview. I'm not. There's no pun involved. Really, I took my time
True,
during the
true.
interview, and yeah, we both need a rest day. But before the rest day, we need one more break.
One
And
last
then,
break.
Then we come back till the end of round 6.
We have Henrietta Kucharska from Poland here. How this tournament is going so far for you?
Hello. So of course it can be better, but yeah, I'm pretty happy about my results so far.
How can you explain the key moment of this game you have just played?
So basically, I played like the most stressful game in my entire life. I'm still shaking because we are, and yeah, like I don't know what this was the position, but like she kept passing me the pawns, and I didn't know what. Yeah, basically when I get the third pawn up, I was third. It was then I thought like yeah, it can be winning, but yeah, I was so stressed because her attack seemed to be very dangerous, and yeah, but after all it wasn't. So
Is it your first game against this opponent?
no, we played in Prague like 1 month ago, so no,
And what was the result?
I won happily.
So we have this tradition for you kept. How do you like Sardinia so much far? You have been here so many days, and how's your opinion about?
So the place is fantastic. Like the sun, the beach is like one of the best tournaments I've ever been. So it's really nice.
We have facing the FIDE tomorrow, and what's your plans for this FIDE?
I don't know. Yeah, we will see.
Okay, thank you very much for interview, and good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. This is World Junior Chess Championship 2022 in Italy, and we're having last part of the round 6. We have few games still in progress, half empty, almost empty, playing venue, and we soon are going to know who are the leaders in both categories.
Yeah. So, in the girls section, let's start with the ladies. We had a draw on board 1, right, and the third leader, Beidulaiva, lost on board 2. So we will have apparently a huge tie with 5 out of 6. And how huge it's going to be depends on the results of boards 3 and 4. On board 3, we have Rudzinska and Serikbai, with Serikbai seemingly winning. So it's potentially 2 players from Kazakhstan in the lead. And on board 4, Miriam Mukherjee, who started the tournament kind of so-so, right? Couple of draws, and one of the games she was actually lucky to achieve a draw. But then she picked up a few wins, and now, in case she converts her advantage, she will be joining the leaders. So that's the position on board 3. Yeah, no surprises here. Black is only 1 pawn up, but, you know, 2 connected passed pawns can hardly be stopped. And on board 4,
Yeah, and we still
well,
don't know.
it's actually on board 4. It's not that simple as I've originally thought, because I mean it looked completely
wow,
winning,
that's
but then somehow,
bit of updates here.
yeah, somehow White Queen, which was, you know, passively defending F4 and so on, somehow it got to the Black King, and now, you know, some checks are possible and so on. I mean, it's not guaranteed anymore. So after G5, just to double check, White played G3, Queen H3, obviously, King to E2. I wonder why the F4 pawn was not taken. Okay, Miriam decided otherwise. Queen B6, and honestly, I thought just move the rook, do not give the E6 pawn. But yeah, but Black captures on G3, Queen E6, King to G7. She apparently made sure that the king is not going to run into perpetual check, but is
Well,
it
there is
so?
one check, and Queen D7 in
Queen
fact is
D7
an
to
interesting
keep
check.
the rook pinned, right? Because if you go with Queen E7 check, then of course Rook F7 with the tempo and White Rook is hanging. So you need to give checks on this diagonal. And then say King goes, I'm actually not sure. Is Black able to escape those checks? Queen E8, Rook F7.
Queen G8.
It's not that easy. Yeah, I mean, exactly, right. Maybe you need to, wait a second. Can you go to H6? No, then this is a check, right? And this is a counter check. So that means you can go to H6. Okay.
Okay, and after check.
And then after Queen E6, you can go to H5. And
Queen
then you are
E8
running
check,
away, right?
King to H4.
Queen E8, King H4, Queen H8.
Queen H5.
Queen H5, and the fact that this rook is hanging all the time, yeah, allows Black to trade the queens and then be in time to take the pawn on F4 next move and win the game. But it's so confusing, it's so easy to go wrong.
It is indeed, and we have the game ended on the 5th board in open section, I
Fifth
believe.
board, yeah, back to the open section then, and here on 5th board, just ended? Igor
Yes.
Samunenkov has
And king is
lost,
on D5,
apparently.
white has king on E4, so that means white just won.
Yeah. So, as we figured out, Igor blundered on move 40 or something, and then never realistically had the chance to come back in the game. Yeah, the position was simply too bad. Knight E6, and Black resigns probably because he loses more pawns or something. I don't see
he's losing here, like where the king goes, first of all, right? If king goes on C file, then you can take the rook and rook C3.
Yeah. If you take on E6, then rook E6.
Yeah. Also knight out there is hanging.
rook b7, rook
Nice.
c6, and white is already a pawn up. He's picking up a6 or the g pawn, and probably more importantly, the g pawn. So yeah, no single chance, regrettably. That means Batsuren joins the leaders, right?
That's right. He's joining leader together with Kozak Adam, and we have board 7 still in progress.
Kacharava's the leader, Svane obviously, so that makes it 4. And on board 7, in unlikely when that black wins, he's probably not winning anymore. But yeah, this would be yet another leader. This game, I guess something like this we've seen, yeah, rook b7. Well, black actually comes up with a very clever trick. Remember, we were wondering how does black make progress. So a check here, king e4, maybe king e4 is somewhat, somewhat imprecise move. Anyway, takes, and black has rook c3, it turns out. When if you take the rook, obviously you lose. If you take on b2, black has an intermediate check on c4, and then when the knight takes the rook, it actually protects the black rook, so
That's
nice trick. Yeah, but turns out that, as we originally discussed, yeah, white can simply play h4 after rook c1, sacrifice an exchange. Yeah, that's important that if you take on e5, there is a check on b8, right? If you go g5, then I guess white just takes twice, and after this check goes to whatever, attacks the rook. That's important. f6, f4, right? Anyway, so black decided to take the rook immediately on b2, but that's exchange for the pawn, g6, bishop c3. It's got to be a fortress. King g3. Yeah, how do you win this? No way.
Yeah, it's hard. Maybe to, like, let's say h5 here.
Yeah, h5. But then we already know that this is a draw if white trades even without the f3 pawn, right? It's a tricky draw, though. So maybe what the kind of black's best bet would be to indeed play h5. Which he doesn't for the time being, but he can always do this, right?
Yeah, white cannot really
So
stop
he'll
this happening.
play h5 and then try to bring the king over. Actually, now that I'm starting to think,
King
is it
on e2, for instance, if black reaches.
is it that easy? Is it that easy to make this draw? Because I mean, apart from the fact that, as I already said, this is a draw. Like you can trade, go bishop g5, and then just sacrifice your f-pawn, keep the king on the right squares. It is a draw, but you have to know it. I think we are witnessing one more game being concluded. Let me see what game that is. I think it's what.
It's the board 3 in the girls section.
Yeah.
Black converted the advantage here and won the game.
White traded the rooks and then kind of a last trick, king f5, hoping for, I don't know what for.
Checkmate? No, it's not checkmate. Rook
It's not even a checkmate. For rook g5, yeah, g2.
Well, if you take pawn on c3, then it's
a
checkmate.
If you go king h4, it's a checkmate. But yeah.
King h4 is even more beautiful, that's right.
That makes Axel Serik by one of the leaders as well, and board 4.
Let's see how the progress is going here. So white played queen to c8. White gives up the rook and hoping for some checks on the back rank.
But she figured out it's a check. It's a perpetual check, right? So if you take, it's just checks from h8 and g8, so no way to block. And if you go to h7, it's even a checkmate. If you go to h5, it's even a checkmate from h7. So the rook cannot be taken, and black really has to figure out the way to avoid perpetual check. Queen is not moving. Yeah, I guess it's got to be this.
But how about queen h8 here? King g5?
I was hoping for king g5, but apparently it's and you give this check, so I can't block with the rook, and you're not letting me to h4
yeah,
because
h5.
there was and then check from h8. Because the original plan was like you'd give me a check from the g file and I hide on h4 and somehow then block with the rook, block with the queen, blah blah. Yeah,
But there's queen d8,
there is
very
this
important.
clever
key
queen
point.
d8 check. So yeah, it is sort of a chance. And what's the win then? Rook takes. Is it a win? No, and then computer once again changes its mind and says it's a draw.
It's a draw, so
Is
queen
it
h8
winning
probably.
after all? I'm not sure. I mean, because if the win is like, don't know, some queen move, then wait a sec, queen c8, yeah. What else could be winning?
So difficult to come up here with ideas, and
Yeah, the queen spinned.
also white's queen gets a bit too active on the back rank. Let's say king g7.
But we were there, king
Yeah.
g7, queen d7. That's just a repetition. That's
King g6,
queen
e6.
yeah. No,
Okay,
not queen e6,
okay,
queen,
okay.
queen e8, queen
Queen
e8.
e8, okay.
Queen e8. And maybe here you go rook f7. And then f5 and white wins. Right?
See, it's like one move,
No, f5
wrong
loses.
move, you can even
f5
lose.
loses. Let's not confuse. f5 loses. Something else wins. No, come on, it's
Queen
important. Queen
g8.
g8 is queen g8 win. Queen g8, and if rook g7,
Now f5.
then f5. And if I take, you take g7, and you take f5, and g5 and g2 if the pawn moves. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. I would think that this is a draw, to be honest. I mean, we seemingly tried anything we could, and somehow it still doesn't work. So one more time, if you take the rook, it's just straight up
It's just queen
perpetual.
h8, queen g8.
Two squares, nothing too complicated. If we do this, again, a check here, king g6, check here, king here, check here, king g5, and
Queen.
no, and we won somehow.
Oh, we have to keep 8th rank, queen h8.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Queen h8, in order to have this check when the king goes to g5.
Maybe you need to drop the clock down to your opponent's clock down to second and then trick here, because but
No, but
but in any position, you know, like we have already this position for some time already.
no, but I don't understand why computer doesn't give like 0, 0, 0 if it's a perpetual check. Because so far...
Let's check. I see now what computer suggests.
Yeah,
King
tell
h7.
me. King h7, okay.
Queen d7,
Yes.
king h6, queen c7, queen c8, sorry.
Yes. But
And
that's repetition.
Queen
I mean,
to h4 here.
Queen h4.
I don't know.
Okay, Queen h4. That's cool and all, but I mean, first of all, look, like there is a threat of perpetual check, right? And you also can take the rook. So instead of like taking the rook, you have to move the queen,
Queen h4,
and
which
also
is
leave
very,
your own
very
leave
tricky
your
move.
own rook under attack. And
Unbelievable.
also after this check, yeah, you have to see that this is a counter check which
Yeah.
wins. So at least this is good. But how
I'm
do you
sorry,
even-
but this is not like
No, wait a second.
a human move.
Is this a winning check?
Yeah.
It is, right?
Queen
Takes, go here,
Yeah, it's
takes,
winning.
takes over there, then gets to the a pawn. Oof. That's super crazy. And all she had to do just defend the e6 pawn, and there won't be any checks, any counterplays.
Right.
So
Let's see once again. Let's see. Queen h4 here, right? What happens after queen h8 is you are freeing the square on g4.
yeah. I mean, that's clear that you're running.
Wow.
You are running here. So the question is, can white somehow stop you from going to h5 by, let's say, giving this check and then giving this check. But then you crawl back, and now, voila, your queen is not pinned. The queen left from g4, so after queen d7 you will have rook f7. No, that's crazy.
It's crazy. It's
how
some
do you-
kind of study type of position, you know, when
Yeah.
you know that it's winning and you have to find small details because you know it's winning. But now Mariam, she doesn't know that it's winning.
Yeah, I mean, that's of course kind of a lot of helpful information if someone tells you, okay, you have a winning move.
Yeah. She
you
has
have a winning
time,
move.
she can figure it out if she knows that there is some way to
Okay,
win.
she actually went king g7 and queen d7 is on the board, so that's pretty much repetition, right? But what's interesting, computer was doing it the same way, yeah, king g7, repeating once and then going queen h4.
For some reason.
So there is this, there is both 6 still in progress where we have, wow, still a lot of pieces. This is unfair. This is the, yeah.
It's too much
King's
pieces,
King's Indian attack.
Where the bishop,
game.
how bishop got off the board,
Yeah.
a6 bishop.
A light square bishop, it actually done a beautiful job. It was transferred, like, I don't know how many
nice.
moves it took, but it was transferred all the way, you see, from
Nice.
a6, it went here, it went to f7, and
And who
then...
captured this bishop? Which piece captured it?
no, black eventually managed to
Took the h5
win
pawn.
the h5 pawn. So I think white just made the mistake somewhere around here. Was probably just winning, but then, yeah, then this happened. And yeah, now it seems like equalish. Maybe not entirely equal, but close to an equal position. And no, I don't like what white's doing. It's like a few more moves and black will start thinking about
To win, yeah.
playing for
Black
win.
can start to realize that it's not so bad position
Yeah.
after all. Yeah, actually, there is not any single weakness here. For
Yeah.
a6 pawn, it's well guarded by the knight. The knight is well placed on g5.
Yeah.
I would be scared a little bit here if black gets on the first rank
Black
with the rook.
actually improved the situation quite a lot, right?
Yeah.
Like
G6,
compared
I don't
from-
know, I'm so scared of pawn moves.
G6 is surprising, but maybe G6, H5, and then, if anything, the king will be hiding on H6. Maybe she decided this is useful. But yeah, it looked solid enough like that, yeah, so you would think, why to touch it? Maybe black wants queen c8 and doesn't want to allow queen h5. Maybe that's...
Queen
that's
h5, queen g6 check. Yeah.
Maybe that's the point. Yeah, so she goes g6, she prepares to double. Yeah, I mean, this game can last for very long. So both 4 once again. Makarchan, they are repeating. Wait a second, it's a second time, right? King h6 is played. Queen c8 is played, I can see from a camera view.
What's the possibility
So
to
last,
find this
last
queen
move,
h4?
yeah, kind of last chance to play queen
Yeah.
h4. It's last chance to play queen h4, otherwise you can't do much. Or she has to play king g7.
But
and
also
accept
very
the draw.
interesting, this queen h4, the engine doesn't give such a big advantage, like winning advantage, right?
So there must be some way for white to continue fighting. You know what? Maybe you just don't give away everything. Maybe you just make some move and... I know, but then f4 hangs with a check. No, my
No, rook f1, rook f1.
my brain melts, to be honest.
Rook f1.
Rook f1, g2, I guess, and it's all the same ideas. It's just that
And now rook also hangs with
The pawn,
maybe
yeah.
knight and check.
the pawn is one square closer. Well, she did something else. She did something. I don't really see what she has done. Looks like captured on f4, but then it's a perpetual check, right? We figured out. Check from.
Yeah.
Oh, Now I'm
Now you can't
confused.
escape.
Now I'm confused again. I mean, how is that
Why?
a perpetual? Check
Yeah, here.
if king f5.
Then check on c8.
Ah, exactly on c8, so that if I take this guy, there
Rook
is
e2.
rook e2, and I cannot block because
Queen
the queen is
g4 now.
hanging. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super confusing. It's super confusing. But yeah, but at least now it does look like one last bit of concentration is needed for white, and she has to find a perpetual check. Otherwise, this game could go forever as well. And
We shall go to the open,
Open section, yeah.
board 7 still in progress, and we have some pawn trade.
okay, honestly, I'm not absolutely calm about this position. It might go forever and actually be kind of not only the longest game of this round, but maybe the longest game of a tournament. It's 60 moves. Right, last capture happened not so long ago.
But what if white keeps the king on e2, bishop on this diagonal?
I mean, you do this, you put the rook on the 4th rank, bishop probably will go to g5, and then you start imitating some, I don't know, some Zugzwangs. Like, who's to move now? Like, white to move. Okay, white's, let's
Right,
say,
and king can just be on the long side.
Here, let's say here,
G5.
and one pass.
Yeah, and now king d3, for instance.
Oh, sorry. One pass. Yeah, king d3. After this check, king
King
e2.
c2. Oh, okay.
King e2. No, I mean, yes, we know this is a draw,
Yeah.
right? But let's imagine white doesn't.
Yeah.
Let's imagine
Oh,
that.
that's very likely
then
that
he
it
was,
doesn't,
he
yeah.
was, and anyway, I mean, even if you know it's a draw, you probably try to stick to this pawn,
Yeah.
right? So what I'm saying, it might take us very long for black to somehow make progress, win this pawn, and then we will test if white knows how to make a draw. Like, for instance, yeah, you're probably right. Black cannot make progress here. You just keep the king on e2 or e3. But I was thinking,
But it's easy for us because we had very similar position yesterday, and we know that it's true if you keep the king far from the action.
yeah, and here you can move the bishop, right? You can move the bishop. So let's say king f2, and then the king is kind of entering. I don't know where it goes, but it goes somewhere already, and then who knows? Maybe it's still just a draw. No, apparently, it is just a draw. But what I'm trying to say, the game can last for quite a while.
Right. We don't have any move yet from the girls section on the board. 4 still things were going on.
Believe it or not, pawn endgame that white was winning. Yes.
Really?
Yes. I don't even know what to say. Okay,
How this is
so
possible?
this is the pawn endgame.
Okay.
King f2, king e7, king
King
g3,
g3.
king f7, and then white, for whatever reason, decided to go a3 and a4. And then it turns out that
Oh no.
now apparently they promoted the same time. Oof,
So AB was winning.
was it? No, wait, AB
You have extra 2 pawns probably. That's the.
a4? You're not promoting. You're not promoting then. No, no, no. It's something else. I'm not even sure what.
Then G4, G5 is the only option here, or H4.
But we are late then. Yeah, G4 he already takes. No, that takes here, here. No, something just went terribly wrong.
Wow. And so, like this game is a good example that first you have to improve your king's position from both sides. They both played very suspicious pawn moves.
And then look, and then what will end up happening? One more set of queens will be traded.
For
One
prince?
more set. No, no. I mean, you trade this. then you promote the new ones, and then you play
Another
another Queen's
game.
Endgame. And wait a
Longest
second.
game in
And
the
before we
history.
got, just out of curiosity, before we got to this pawn endgame, what was the scenario? Because they were playing Queen's Endgame for quite some time. So the bishop was, so it's Queen's Endgame for quite a while. Wow, absolutely crazy. But maybe it's fair at the end of the day that this will finish in a draw.
And no one loses the game.
Okay, on the lower boards, in fact, like nearly all of the games finished. So we are waiting for what? For board 7 or I don't know. Basically waiting for the girls, I'm guessing,
Yeah.
right? That's the most important. Like this ending. Bless you.
I have to do it every day. It's part of the day routine.
So check over there, King F5, and now Queen C8 makes a draw. Wait a sec, does this make a draw? Apparently it does.
King E4,
Computer
Queen
doesn't.
G6.
I don't know, maybe Rook E. Rook E2
Then
you'll
King
take.
D4.
Yeah, you'll
Oh,
take.
Queen A-
You'll take.
Oh, yeah. Queen G6.
So probably some check, like G6 or H7. But by that point, I'm just kind of losing concentration entirely. So King F5, one last bit, right? Let's look for the way, let's make our task easier. Let's look for the way to lose. Like, for example, this loses because black takes, right?
Rook E2.
No, not because black takes. No, I mean, this evaluation bar only
King
stands in the
E6.
way. So probably king E6 for whatever reason. After some check, maybe you take next move. It's so confusing. And once again, from human standpoint,
Yeah.
it's simply impossible to navigate such positions. So one more time. Check from here. If king goes to e4, I guess white simply wins, right? Rook e2 and queen c3
Queen C3
checkmate after
checkmate.
king d4. If you capture on e5, I guess it's a check, and it's still a perpetual though. Okay, this one, at least if we believe our engine, white's not winning. So what happens is perhaps because perhaps queen guarding e6 square. So after this check, I'm just standing, and you can't come up with the rook check, right? You'll be checking me through the 8th rank, and the king will stand on the 6th rank. Queen c8, right?
So now we have 3 moves. Out of 3 moves, 1 is losing.
And other 2 are a draw.
Drawish, yeah.
So technically, white is better. This very moment in the game, white is
White has
better
a
because
chance to win, yeah.
because out
It's
of
only
3
white
moves,
who
yeah,
has
there
to
is
win.
no move that leads to black's win, but there is one move which leads to white's win. No, but seriously, that's interesting that computers kind of operate in this reality, right? So we know that black was winning all the game, but according to, say, machine, yes, objective variation is draw, but if we are speaking probabilities, then white is kind of has draw plus, right? 2 scenarios lead to a draw, and 1 scenario white wins. It's an unpleasant miss for Miriam, even though, yes, from the very start she was... Oh, she actually captures the pawn on e5 from what I can see on the camera view. Yeah, so she captures the pawn on e5. It's one of those moves that lead to a draw, according to what we figured out.
King 5, yeah. And now
Okay, once again, let me try to lose it with white. Let's say I give this check. Yes, easy peasy. No, I'm just trying to figure out. I mean,
yeah, and
can't really.
actually, white is down on 1 minute and now some seconds,
so
right?
if you somehow forget about rook e2, let's say you, for some reason you don't see that this is a pin, right, and you win. So you think, okay, rook e2, rook e4, so I need to look for some other check, and then it turns out like probably all other checks losing. Yeah, rook e2 is on the board. Rook e2 is on the board, and yeah, king d6.
I'm getting to be
You
scared
can
of
only,
these
yeah,
kind
you
of
can only
ideas.
get in trouble like
Yeah.
this. Yeah, your pieces are far, far away on the king side, so it's unlikely that you are escaping a perpetual check this way. But you might get in trouble if, let's say, you played another careless move. So still, 3 moves, right? No, more moves. 1, 2, 3,
And only one loses.
4, and 5.
Okay,
Queen
oh,
takes
two
e2 loses, rook e4 loses, king d4 loses. So
Oh my god.
White
Now
has
everything
more than
is-
50% to win this game. Okay, let's make up some facts. Now the probability for White to win this game is more than 50%, because 3 moves lose. And this what we would say if chess players would pick moves at random, which is not necessarily true.
No. Wow.
People still capable of calculating lines and don't want to lose. Yeah, but she must be so disappointed.
It was very nicely played, you know. It was not something that she was winning, but she kind of outplayed in the middle game, and then she was really winning at
Yeah,
some
she was
point,
completely
yeah.
winning at some point, but I think this desire to calculate and finish the game at once perhaps let her down. But once again, I mean, it's very easy to, you know, sit here, look at the games relaxed and
It is.
say, criticize, okay, she probably should have taken care of her king.
Yeah.
And imagine it would be other way around. Like, this happens, and then the only move to win would be to take on g3, which was winning, as we all know. And let's say she would move the rook, and somehow this leads to a forced draw.
Yeah, actually, this was the game which we missed a couple of times.
By
not
the way-
to win, but also lose. Like we lost the.
By the
with
way,
black.
something like this could be could be once again problematic to win.
King d6 has been played, and White decided
King-
to capture the pawn on a6.
King d6, yeah. Queen.
I'm really starting to worry about Black's king right now.
Queen a6, yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit naive. I understand what happens with Miriam right now. She knows she was winning, so by default she kind of rejects all the lines where it's a clear draw.
Yeah, that
right?
can happen
Okay, she
to
obviously
everyone.
doesn't want to lose. She's not going king d4, queen c3, but let's say you go back to f6 and it's a perpetual. And king d6, even though you don't see,
Any
let's
way
say,
to win,
how you run away, but also you don't see the direct perpetual check, so you think, okay, maybe king d6 is unclear, maybe I'm still somehow going to trick my opponent.
Yeah, I think I would do the same.
And yeah, perhaps.
if I'm
but-
not this tired, I would
but,
do this.
but it's important to stop in the right moment, because by, you know, rejecting the drawish lines, at some point you might just pick up the one that loses. No, I mean, it's still absolutely safe for black as long as...
But she has to play now accurate moves. Like king c7 loses, probably.
King c7, yeah, I mean, you don't want this rook to, you know, to enter. King c5, but where the king's going? Is it still, yeah, it's still a draw, also queen controls this. So she's trying what? She's trying...
Not to give
No,
us
the queen
checks.
a5, the king is not going anywhere, right? King c4, queen b4, checkmate. So queen e5 is good enough. The other question, though, is that white might get ambitious, no?
Yeah.
No.
She
Yeah, white,
knows
white
she's
can't
not
really
better.
get ambitious because rook d4 is a check. So the moment you stop giving checks, you probably
Your
lose.
opponent starts to give the checks, and that's going to be crucial.
You probably lose, yeah. King c6, queen a6, and checks along the A file all the time. Yeah.
Actually, it's nicely found moves by Oral Sala, because we really thought that he was losing
Yeah,
for her,
she
and
was-
she,
she was
made this
actually-
queen c8 move out of nowhere.
She was quite resourceful here, right, to recognize that you have to keep the queen on the diagonal, so that way,
And leave the rook on f2. This is
that way the rook
amazing.
is pinned, and yeah, and queen c8, quiet move, like the rook's attacked, yes, we all understand, but quiet move, not letting the king escape. Yeah, so nicely played, and especially taking into account that it's, you know, after 4.5 hours of play and the other position was equal, then you're kind of almost lost. Okay, that's the resource. All right, this should be a draw anytime soon, and let me see. It is officially the last game remaining in the girls
Girl
section.
section, that's right.
That's the last game remaining. For the boys, this endgame can last forever, as I've already said.
Nothing really changed here, right?
Nothing changed.
Like, he's not even trying to.
No, he's trying to bring the king to d3, you know.
I think
actually.
he's trying to drop the clock, his opponent's clock, on some
No.
seconds.
But how do you achieve this? Like with 30,
Already the difference is
30
big. 20 minutes for black, and 8 minutes for white.
Yeah, but okay, that's speaking of the difference, but you do not get the point if you have more time than your opponent, right? You get the point when opponent's time reduced to 0, and like white's last moves were bishop h6 to g5 to e3 to g5 to h6, so he can, like, after 100 more moves, white's gonna have, I don't know, half an hour. So that's my point. You really have to put some problems there. King c4. And we actually
she's not
we actually
moving.
we actually figure out that king e2. You can try to avoid.
Okay,
Okay.
here we
There
have
are some moves, or rather, a lot of moves. King d4. No checks. The king is cut. Well, honestly, I would find it annoying with white. I would find it annoying.
It is very annoying position, of course.
And
One
especially,
mistake and that's it.
look, especially the way it happened. I mean, what to do with white?
And the funny thing is that you cannot bring this king too far from all the actions, because maybe at some point black will just sacrifice the rook for the pawn, and your king will be out there somewhere.
We are shown some different game, it seems, right? On the camera view.
Yeah, probably.
We are getting there, Keti. Look, we are getting there. That's pawn endgame, which turned queen endgame, which now after a1 will once again will be queen's endgame with pawn on h7. Incredible. Yeah, before the free day, it really helps to play like 6 hours or so.
Actually, I think on the girls section we need just one final move to make to be
It'll
the
be a repetition, right?
draw. Can I count the moves? Queen
So it
A5?
was queen a6, first check with the king on c5, second check with the
Okay.
queen on c5,
done.
and yeah, it is a draw. It is a draw which concludes the round for the girls. And can you tell me something? Can you check the cross table? Because, yeah, pardon me, but we do not have access to everything. On board 7, before this round, how many points
On the
girls
board
had?
7,
Right.
we have Malitska Maria, who has 3 points, and we have Kurman Galieva, who has 3.5 points.
Right. So since... we've
Now
already
she has
mentioned this.
4.5.
So in fact, for kind of fighting for the leaders, it was only 4 boards in the ladies section, right?
That's
Since the top board made the draw, since Bedulayeva, third leader, did not win, so we should be only paying attention to boards 3 and 4 in terms of who's going to join the very top board, and we have, it seems, 4 leaders in the ladies section, right? Salimova, Kamalidenova, pardon, I'm still learning to pronounce, Priyanka, and Serik Bay.
That's right, and in the open section here we have the first board draw, and we have second and third board decisive results, which made these players the leaders, one of the leaders of the tournament. Then boards 4 and 5 was agreed on a draw, and then next boards have been also decisive.
Wait a second, Samunenkov lost, so that's that means Batsuren joins the leaders, Kozak joins the leaders, and yeah, and still this this game, which is move 87. There is a chance that 50 moves rule is gonna help us, no?
White is the one who has to push the... If white is not pushing the
If
pawn.
white's not pushing the pawn, yeah.
Let's check it out when the last change has happened.
That's exactly what I'm wondering. Like if when it was last, something was captured. Okay, h5 on move. No, later on.
Later.
Yeah, move 55. So we only have to survive to
105.
move 105, not moving anything.
We're far. It's move 87,
yeah.
but this game can be the candidate of the longest game in this round at least. But in fact, as the top boards has been already ended, now we're going to just call it a day and take a good rest together with the players, and then from the next round things will be very important, and each point can cost these players a lot.
Absolutely, and it's a good thing that we have a free day tomorrow, because of this game that is still going. The next round could have been postponed. You know, it can last for long. Okay,
one day.
Thank you very much anyone who joined us today, and see you the day after tomorrow.
That's it. Goodbye, everyone.